They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. Brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout. They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideout.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste and a very warm welcome to all the viewers from me, Meena Trivedi, and the entire team of Healing Our Earth. Wishing you all a very good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from whichever part of the world you have joined us today. We bring you free online events every Sunday to spread love, bring unity, create harmony, and share happiness. Today's topic is Vegan Vegetarian Kitchen with Sing Along. This is our 185th episode at Healing Our Earth. Each episode is watched by an average of 30 different countries. But before we start, let's all chant Gayatri Mantra, the universal mantra. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitve Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitve Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitve Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. Om Bhur Bhuvasvaha Tatsavitve Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। The first song that I'm going to sing is मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, जीना उसका जीना है जो औरों को जीवन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है, जीना उसका जीना है जो औरों को जीवन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है। सूरज ना बन पाए तो बन के दीपक जलता चल। सूरज ना बन पाए तो बन के दीपक जलता जल। फूल मिले या अंगारे, सच की सच की राहों पे चलता चल। प्यार दिलों को देता है, जोशकों को दामन देता है। जीना उसका जीना है जो औरों को जीवन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है। चलती है लहरा के पवन के सांस सभी की चलती रहे। चलती है लहरा के पवन के सांस सभी की चलती रहे। लोगों ने त्याग दिए जीवन के प्रीत दिलों दिल वो दिल है जो औरों को जीवन देता है। दिल वो दिल है जो औरों को अपनी धड़कन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है, सागर सावन देता है। जीना उसका जीना है जो औरों को जीवन देता है। मधुबन खुशबू देता है। So this was such a beautiful song with beautiful meaning. And the next song that I'm going to sing is from the movie तुम्हारे लिए and beautifully sung by लता जी. तुम्हें देखती हूँ तो लगता है ऐसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ. A very famous song, very popular. This is based on a pure rag Shivaranjani. तुम्हें देखती हो तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ. तुम्हें देखती हो तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ. अगर तुम हो सागर, अगर तुम हो सागर, मैं प्यासी नदी हूँ. अगर तुम हो सावन, मैं जलती कली हूँ. तुम्हें देखती हूँ तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ. तुम्हें देखती हूँ. मुझे मेरी नींदे मेरा चैन दे दो. मुझे मेरे सपनों के एक रन दे दो ना. यही बात पहले, यही बात पहले भी तुमसे कही थी. वही बात फिर आज दोहरा रही हूँ. तुम्हें देखती हूँ तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ. तुम्हें देखती छू के पल में बने धूल चंदन. तुम्हें छू के पल में बने धूल चंदन. तुम्हारी महक से महकने लगे तन, महकने लगे तन. मेरे पास आओ, मेरे पास आओ, गले से लगाओ पिया. और तुमसे मैं क्या चाहती हूँ. तुम्हें देखती हूँ तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जा तुम हो सागर हो मुरलिया समझ गए मुरलिया समझ गए मुझे तुम उठा लो बस एक बार होठों से अपने लगा लो ना बस एक बार होठों से अपने लगा लो ना यही बात तो जागे कोई सुर तो जागे मेरी धड़कनों में कि मैं अपनी सरगम से रूठी हुई हूँ तुम्हें देखती हूँ तो लगता है जैसे कि जैसे युगों से तुम्हें जानती हूँ अगर तुम हो सागर मैं प्यासी नदी हूँ अगर तुम हो सावन मैं जलती कली हूँ पिया तुम हो सागर Thank you so much. These were such beautiful gems that I have sung today, and they're very close to my heart as well. Actually, the second song that I sang, Tumhe Dekhti Hu, that won me a second prize when there was a competition with the Canada platform on Facebook. So it's very close to me. And now I would like to welcome Mr. Nishit Kotak, our technical director of Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, Nishit Bhai. Global Namaste to you.
Global Namaste, Meenabin. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I am really enjoying the start to this session. Well done on those two songs. You performed them very, very well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else is in store for us today.
Definitely, why not? I have got a treasure of songs in front of me. So you tell me, which song would you like me to sing? Which one is your
Well,
favorite?
you sang a song by Lata Ji. Lata Ji is somebody who's had a career over 8 decades. We fondly call her the Queen of Melody. And she's, I think, somebody who's left a lasting legacy, her mark in the world of music. So any song from her repertoire would be lovely.
Yes, sure.
So, Meena, Nishit, welcome. Let's remind the viewers, today is a kitchen vegan and vegetarian show, so the viewers don't get confused. And we are going to talk about recipes, the tips, the garnishing of the food. Last week, we launched Vanita's Kitchen website. So when another host comes, Honey, then we will let you know more about it. So today we want to talk about food. Why food? Why do we sing? Why do we get happy? So it's very important that people know when the food is served with love and harmony, the food is consumed nicely. So Nishit, I'm sure you got some questions before we break into sing songs, or just to tell you, our resident singer, Meena, is also an excellent cook. She loves preparing food for people, and it's not just standard dishes. She does lots of different varieties because she's actually lived in different countries, and particularly from India, she has stayed in different states. And very recently, just a month back, she came back from India. So Meena, tell me, what is in fashion in India food-wise and everything?
You said it very correctly, actually, Nilkumarji. Yes, I have just come back a month ago from India. And what I have noticed in India, I went there after 5 years. And what I have noticed is the dishes that they prepare in India I had never seen them before, something like paneer sizzlers and things like that. They name it very fancily there. And I was quite fascinated by all that. It was just absolutely amazing. Certain things I had never had. And yes, we all know chili paneer and everything. But the way they sizzle and the way they prepare everything, of course, they wouldn't tell us the recipe. But it tasted so yummy, I must say. That is absolutely delicious. And the standard dish that they have, and everybody has one vada pav a day. Vada pav is very, very famous there.
And vada pav, another name for vada pav or similarity is dabeli, isn't it? Because they've got similar contents.
I would say no. Vada
No?
pav is actually the batata vada that we have, that we make at home. And dabeli is actually, that comes from Kutch. That has got nothing to do with vada pav. The only similarity is we use the pav, the
Yeah,
bread.
that's what I mean. You got pav, but the contents are
Yes, but
different.
the mixture that they prepare in between the pav is completely different. It has a touch of Kutch, and they have special ingredients in Kutch that they use. That's why it's called
And,
Kutchi dabeli. That's what they call it.
and our Nishit is actually from Kenya. He is British now, but he's from Kenya. And his one of the favorite food was mine is mogo and makai. You know, we call it the corn rather than sweet corn. Let's not get confused. We are talking about maize, the corn. Nishit, what are your favorite foods? And you, of course, know India as well. And we'll go back to Meena, what she did. And if we have your comment, then we'll get Meena singing and we go back to food chat, okay?
Absolutely. So we have a few that we really enjoyed in our childhood sort of days. So mogo, enjoyed in various forms. You can have it boiled, fried, crisps. You can make a shark out of it,
You can make bhajias as well.
a meal
Bhajia,
out
mogo
of it.
bhajia.
So Nishit, you say shark, you mean the curry, is that right?
The curry, you can also make the flour out of it and make khichdi,
And what
which
is
is like
because we've got international audiences here.
so it's like how you would cook polenta, but you would cook it with this cassava
With
flour.
this cassava flour, yes.
Cassava.
So cassava, of course, is a very
So they-
exotic tuber family. So better than potato, is more exotic than potato. Is that right?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
I think mogo is something, and the flour that we are talking about right now, it's also used mainly when you're fasting, right? Yes.
You can use it when you're fasting,
Yes.
or you can use it when you want to eat fast as well, because it's so tasty.
It's yummy. I know. I came here in 1987, and before then, I had never seen mogo in my life. Because in India, in those days, we could never find mogo. There was nothing called cassava or mogo in those days. Now we do. When I went to India this time, I could see mogo at places, but not when I came here in 87. So it was quite fascinating for me, and I actually had to cultivate my taste to see what exactly this is. So it's quite starchy, I would say, when I came here first, and I thought, wow, this is a bit like potato, but a little more starchy than potatoes. But
So
very tasty.
it's a tuber family like a potato, but it's more exotic. And it's obviously pricier than potato, but its taste is remarkably different to potatoes, and you really love it. And you being from Africa, particularly Kenya, one of the dishes that
Yes.
the local people who loved it, and we Asians adopted it as well, was ugali. Tell us more about ugali and your
Absolutely.
memories.
So I still have ugali every week. So you can take the Kenyan out of the village, but you can't take Kenya out of the village, as they say. So yes. So when we have this kind of maize we're talking about, maize also can be used in a variety of ways. One of the ways is to have maize flour that would then be put into boiling water, and that is basically like polenta. But this is the African version, so we use white maize flour, and we season it a little bit, and so it's very nice and goes particularly well with greens, so like kale or spinach, and so you'd have the kale curry or the spinach curry, and you'd have it with this. It's like almost like a doughy texture. but it's a very, very, very nice, healthy, nutritious meal.
I have never had ugali. I've heard about it, but I've never had. Is it something like khichdi that we do of rice flour?
Almost like that. You can say it is like that, a little bit harder. So the idea is you'd have a little bit of that along with your curry, and that would make a fantastic combination.
Well, sounds really good. I'm going to try it one day.
So Meena, this is the deal. Meena, you are going to cook the pani puris and the bell. Nishit is going to do ugali and mogo. And guess what? I will sacrifice my body to test the food out, okay? Because I don't normally do that, but just for you two, because you are my favorite, we're going to do that. Let's remind the viewers that we are broadcasting live on YouTube, Twitch, Periscope, and Facebook and our website. Wherever you are connected to us, this is live. Healing Our Earth. Today is Vegan and Vegetarian Kitchen Talk Show with Sing Along. Anybody who is lucky enough to be in our Zoom room, if you'd like to give your kitchen talk or any tips or any food that you love or you want to ask any questions, please put your hand up, the Zoom hand up, and we'll try to bring you in. Nishit, shall we ask Amina? Nishit loves some song as well. Let's sing a couple of songs before we move to more kitchen talk. Over to you.
Definitely. Nishit bhai, you already told me that I should sing a Lataji's song. So yes, I have got a beautiful duet of Kishorda and Lataji from the movie Ghar. A very famous song.
Amazing. I love those songs. Yes.
आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपसे भी खूबसूरत आपके अंदाज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपसे भी खूबसूरत आपके अंदाज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, लब हिले तो मोगरे के फूल खिलते हैं कहीं, लब हिले तो मोगरे के फूल खिलते हैं कहीं, आपकी आँखों में क्या साहिल भी मिलते हैं कहीं, आपकी खामोशियाँ भी आपकी आवाज़ है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपसे भी खूबसूरत आपके अंदाज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपकी बातों में फिर कोई शरारत तो नहीं, आपकी बातों में फिर कोई शरारत तो नहीं, बेवजह तारीफ करना आपकी आदत तो नहीं, आपकी बदमाशियों के ये नए अंदाज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है, आपसे भी खूबसूरत के अंदाज है, आपकी आँखों में कुछ महके हुए से राज है. So Nishit bhai, did you enjoy that song?
That was absolutely fabulous. Really, really enjoyable.
Thank you, thank you. These are such evergreen songs, and especially Kishorda and Lataji, Ashaji in those times that was sung. I'm not saying that these days singers are not good, but they completely, it's different. It's a different genre completely. So I just love singing these old gems.
Absolutely. When you say those times, even they're favorites for me, and I'm not of those times yet. But yeah, they are evergreen. They cut across all kinds of ages. It's for those people who can relate to the meaning of the song and, of course, the soulful melodies that they used to produce at that times.
So do you want me to sing another song? Or
Yes. Why not? Let's look at a song. Do you have any song of Amitabh Bachchan?
oh wow. कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे तुझको बनाया है
Wonderful.
मेरे लिए, from the movie कभी कभी. Yes, I will sing that for you. It seems like Nishit bhai, you are a great fan of Amitabh Bachchan.
Yes, indeed. I think he really inspired a lot of people.
Yes, most definitely. And in those days, it was really, really a popular song. So I'm going to
So
sing.
Meena,
Haji.
Meena, let's do something. We've got Kamlesh, who is part of the
Ah.
healing team as well. And I think it's his birthday. So also you can dedicate this song to him.
Why not?
He's
Kamlesh
there.
bhai, happy birthday to you.
He's there. I'll just bring him up
He's
here.
here.
Let's see. There he is. Look, the birthday boy is
Yes,
here.
I can see him. Hello, Kamlesh bhai. Global namaste to you. How are you today?
I'm absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much. And I think, thank you, Neil Kumar, for remembering me. Obviously, as you can see, I've been resting. So that's why I haven't even had a good shave or anything. That's why my video was off. But it's good to hear you and obviously talk about the food as well from Kenya and India and all that stuff. Yes, I've been to India as well not long ago. And the food is changed, the way they cook, the way they present it, and the taste they do it is completely different as well.
And
And yes,
Kamlesh,
Nishid, I was in Kenya as well not long ago.
and
I
Kamlesh,
remember
you
the
are from,
bhajias, Maru's bhajias as well.
and Kamlesh, you are from Africa as well. So stay on. After your birthday song, we'll still talk about kitchen. Last week, we launched Vanita's kitchen website. This week, we are going to tell you who Vanita is and why we launched as well. And today is open session for everybody to talk about kitchen and everything. So Meena, your next song to Kamlesh the birthday boy and our technical director. Over to you.
Yes, definitely. So Kamlesh bhai, happy birthday to you again, and hope you enjoy your day celebrating today. So here's the song for Nishit bhai and Kamlesh bhai, both of you today. कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए, कि जैसे तुझको बनाया गया है मेरे लिए। तू अब से पहले सितारों में बस रही थी कहीं, तू अब से पहले सितारों में बस रही थी कहीं, तुझे ज़मीं पे बुलाया पे बुलाया गया है मेरे लिए। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है कि ये बदन ये निगाहें मेरी अमानत है, कि ये बदन ये निगाहें मेरी अमानत है। ये गेसों की घनी छाव है मेरे खातिर, ये होठ और ये बाहें मेरी अमानत है, कि होठ और ये बाहें मेरी अमानत है। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, कि जैसे बजती है शहनाइयों से राहों में, सुहाग रात है घूंघट उठा रहा हूँ मैं, सुहाग रात है घूंघट उठा रहा हूँ मैं, सिमट रही है तू शर्मा के अपनी बाहों में, सिमट रही है तू शर्मा के अपनी बाहों में। कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है, कभी कभी मेरे दिल में ख्याल आता है।
Wow, Meena, simply beautiful. A most popular song that has been there for years.
Yes.
And I think, Meena, this is the right time to introduce your co-host with Nishit, yourself, our lovely, gorgeous Honey. Honey, unmute yourself and a global namaste to you.
A global namaste to everyone. What a beautiful song, dear Meena ji. And of course, Nishit ji, what a good choice. It brings back those beautiful memories, you know, and those 70s and 80s songs you will never forget, right? They're evergreen songs. I love them.
And Honey, this was dedicated both to Nishit and our Kamlesh Patel, who is our regular healing team. And Honey, let's remind the viewers. Last week, we launched Vanita's website. And that website has got so many recipes, tips, blogs, contacts, education. And it was so beautiful that we did that. So this week, if you can stop share. This week, we want to actually reveal who. So first, let's remind people that if they are listening to us, visit this website right now, which is on your screen, vanitaskitchen.media. If you've got any comments, any questions about this website, you can post it live today's show, because today is sing-along kitchen tips, and to remind you that you can post your comments, blogs to Vanita's Kitchen. So, Hari, number one, first, let's reveal today why Vanita's Kitchen is important. What is Vanita to you? And how did it come about? Because you know something that nobody knew last week.
Yes, thank you so much for asking, Neilji. And first of all, I was so honored and privileged that we launched it on Healing Our Earth, where all our family members are. I just feel at home here. So thank you so much for giving us that lovely platform to, springboard upon and share. Now, Vanita's Kitchen actually came about because Vanita actually is my mom. And
So, honey, wait a moment. Because this is something nobody knew and people were asking me, how do we know Vanita? So for those who are listening to us on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Periscope, website, wherever you are connected to us from, last week you saw Honey talking about Vanita's Kitchen, but you didn't know that that's Vanita's mom.
Yeah, and Vanita, my mom, yes. Actually, she's 77 years old. And she has, for the last 60 years, I always tell this to people that she got married when she was 17. So 60 years of her life, she has spent cooking for the family, cooking, I would say, healthy, nutritious, vegetarian meals. She's one of those people who likes cooking fresh food every single day. And I just felt that this will be a great way to maybe gift her on her birthday, because it was her birthday, to give her this lovely website. And she was absolutely, I would say, so thrilled to receive something like this. On top of that, my mom, Vanita, has also won a competition. And that competition was a TV show. And she came third from the whole of UK and Europe as the best home cook in the whole of the Europe and UK. And she, she's so modest. She's so humble, she doesn't say much. She says, oh, it's nothing much. But I just said that, Mom, you've done so much great work in your life that you do not realize this. So that's the reason. And the actual website, it has some amazing recipes for everyone. So whether you love desserts, so you like yogic Sattvic food, or you want to make some biryani, samosas, or pizzas, it has something for everyone. So you must go and check it out. And the best part about it is the fact that Vanita's Kitchen is catered for nutritious, healthy, vegetarian and vegan meals.
So, honey, let's remind the viewers, it wasn't just your dedication to your mom, whose food I have tasted as well, and is simply gastronomically scrumptious. But it's not just the gift to your mother. I think by bringing this website, would you not say it's a gift to humanity, because everybody can share and input their thoughts, ideas, and content. So Vanita's Kitchen is open for your ideas. You can send any comments either to Healing Our Earth or directly onto the website. And honey, at this point, last week, your co-host and questionnaire was Nishit Kotak, our technical director. Nishit, what are your thoughts and how did you feel? Because we visited the website, we had a chit chat and questions from people. Your comment, Nishit, on Honey's mother's website, vanitaskitchen.media.
Absolutely. I think it's a brilliant resource for anybody trying to research great, tasty, healthy recipes. And I particularly enjoyed one we discussed was the Indian omelette, which was very an intriguing thing, because she had put in there some things that we had not seen before to make it fluffier and so on.
And vegetarian.
And she put the veggies, in it as well. And there was a second video.
Nishit, it was not just veggies in it, it was vegetarian omelette. So people don't get confused. The omelette was designed, because the word omelette is known and associated with eggs. This recipe that we showed last week was only one variant. There are other variants in the Vanita's Kitchen website, but the one that we saw was very gastronomically appealing, Nishit.
Yes, so it was all with chickpeas, etc. If you remember, with all this, so it's very delicious, but at the same time healthy in terms of anybody following a plant-based diet.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there were loads of tips and tricks in that website, and the best bit of it is that you can visually see the recipes and the explanation from the creators, so it's easy to follow along. I think a lot of people look for inspiration when they're trying to try out new dishes or new recipes, and having something to watch and follow along step by step is a great help. I know when I try new things, I've got my YouTube playing along and I follow the recipe along, and that's the way I do it.
But they say food is medicine, don't they, Nishit? So, because they say food is medicine. So if you, instead of eating food to just fill up your stomach, if you eat food for health and well-being, food is a very important part. They say 8 hours of sleep, right? Which is very important, restful sleep. But food during the day is also very, very important for us. So what we put within ourselves is, so what Neilji has said, and Mr. Nil Kumarji has said, is the fact that it's something which is an educational platform for anyone out there. My mom said that, the same thing. She said, do you know what? I really wish people can really gain a lot from this, because her aim was to also, just give it as a gift to others. That's so Neilji has very kindly reminded, even though I gave it to her, she said, I hope people can really benefit from this.
So, honey, from what you have said, yeah. I think what you are trying to say is don't live to eat, but eat to live. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yes, because when we're living and people love good food at the end of the day, here you can get good food, but nutritious food as well at the same time. You can also get some ideas, because sometimes people eat the same thing over and over again. Here you can have some nice little ways to maybe create new types of smoothies, new types of salads, instead of the same salad you make all the time. And you get ideas of presentation, as we did, as we saw last week. There was such beautiful, attractive ways of presenting your food, which takes only a few minutes, to do little things here and there if you wanted to, but it changes the look of your food, which is also, we are people of 5 senses, right? Well, there's a 6th sense for the yoga and the meditators, but the 5 senses are very important when it comes to visuals, the smell, the looks, etc. So it also gives you tips on that.
So, honey, this is what we have got to do, okay? What you have told me just now, apart from food being scrumptious and tasty, what you are trying to say that it needs to be gastronomically appealing as well. So what we have decided, Meena, because she loves cooking, and we're going to go to Meena in a moment, Meena is going to cook 3 of the favorite South and North Indian cuisine. Nishit is going to prepare East African Kenyan cuisine. You have to be there, make sure that it's gastronomically appealing. And I have sacrificed my body to taste all the food.
Sure, that sounds good. No problem, sir. We've got a guinea pig as well here. So
yes. And Nishit, you've got a comment on that point.
Yeah, I've got a comment. So I want to talk about one very interesting vegan, gluten-free recipe that is uniquely Kenyan, loved by thousands of people around the world. And before I get to that, I'm just going to say, well done, Meena Ben. It's no wonder you win prizes when you sing. You are amazing to watch and listen to. And I play the harmonium. I can play without looking at it, as I play by sound at the moment. And it's nice to see you one-handed playing the keyboard and the other hand, and so lovingly singing your song. So well done on that. That was great effort.
Nishit, you've got a wonderful recipe that's coming soon. Just before you play it, shall we have a couple of songs from Meena, and then we go to your recipe, and then we'll go to Amrita in India, and we go back to Vanita's website. Let's dedicate Meena next to song for Vanita and Honey for bringing this lovely website, where Nishit is also going to post this recipe. So Meena, over to you for next 10 minutes for 2 beautiful songs dedicated to Vanita's Kitchen and Honey Kalaria and Nishit Kotak.
Oh, thank you, Ji. Meena Ji, what reminds me when we talk about food and singing is food also uplifts the soul. So when you're actually cooking, or you can sing along, etc. So our audience members who are watching out there, the reason singing and food is quite connected is because both uplift us. Food also uplifts us. If you have good food, it gives you energy, etc. But so does singing. If you sing on a regular basis. And that's why when you go to temples and places like that, where people are singing bhajans and, wonderful spiritual devotional songs, you always find food tastes so good because there was so much love that's been, in the atmosphere. So, dear Minaji, you are amazing because you are a
That
very
is so true.
important part of this.
That is so true. And as Neil Kumarji said that I love cooking. Yes, I do love cooking. And I do cook on a regular basis, not just the regular meals, but I do like to try different dishes. And trust me, I sing all the time when I'm cooking. I never cook without singing. My singing is always on when I'm cooking, because I believe our vibrations go in food, whatever you are cooking. So that's why people can taste food.
Your lucky family must be so happy. You must have a very happy family.
I hope so.
Your food. But it's
And
really
I have a electronic tanpura with me, so it's always in my kitchen. It's just on. Tanpura is just like a 4-stringed instrument,
Yes, yes.
but I have an electronic version of it. So I just switch it on, and it's very soothing when you're cooking. Just keep listening to the tanpura, and then just sing some rag or something, and I just cook that way. Just
Oh
love
my
it.
God. I would like to be a fly on the wall one day watching the Minaji cook,
Please
uplifting
come.
myself while I'm watching
Please
you.
come. I will make your favorite dishes, and I just love doing
Oh,
that.
well, thank you so much. All yours now, dear. All yours, dear Minaji.
Okay, thank you so much. And yes, I'm going to dedicate this a couple of songs to you. And that is first is Lataji's song. As you all know, I sing a lot of Lataji's songs. I just love singing her songs. That's from the movie Guide. There are so many beautiful songs from Guide. And
Dancing
since
songs in
Honey
Guide.
Ji, you are into
Very different.
dancing,
Dance
I'm
songs,
sure
yes.
you'll feel like dancing on this song.
I'm waiting. It's a surprise. Come on, surprise me.
Okay, let's keep it a surprise. पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे रे, जाने क्या हो अब आगे रे, नैना लागे रे, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, हो जग ने उतारी हो धरती पे तारे, पर मन मोरा मुरझाए है, हो उन बिन आई, हो ऐसी दिवाली मिलने को जिया तरसा, आ सजन पायल पुकारी, छनक छन छन छनक छन छन, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे रे, जाने क्या हो अब आगे रे, नैना लागे रे, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे। भोर की बेला सुहानी नदिया के तीरे, भर के गागर जिस घड़ी में चलूं धीरे धीरे, भोर की बेला सुहानी नदिया के तीरे, भर के गागर जिस घड़ी में चलूं धीरे धीरे, तुम भी नजर जब आई, जाने क्यों बज उठे ये कंगना, छनक छन छन छनक छन छन, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे सब रंग लाई, बिन तेरे होली भी ना भाई। भर पिचकारी हो सखियों ने मारी, भीगी मोरी सारी हाय हाय। तन बदन मोरा कांपी थर थर, धिनक धिन धिन धिनक धिन धिन। पिया तो से नैना लागे रे, नैना लागे रे, जाने क्या हो अब आगे रे, नैना लागे रे, पिया तो से नैना लागे रे. So this was from the movie Guide, one of my favorite songs. Now I'm going to sing another beautiful song from the movie Chit Chor. I can see some of you enjoying, and so keep the spirit going. Chit Chor. तू जो मेरे सुर में, तू जो मेरे सुर में सुर मिला ले, संग गाले, तू जिंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे मन का, तू जो मेरे मन का घर बना ले, मन लगा ले, तो बंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे सुर में चांदनी रातों में हो, हाथ लिए हाथों में हो, चांदनी रस भरी बातों में हो। तू जो मेरे संग में, तू जो मेरे संग में मुस्कुरा ले, गुनगुना ले, तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे मन का घर बना ले, मन लगा ले, तो बंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे सुर में, क्यों हम बहारों से हो खुशियाँ खुशियाँ उधार ले, क्यों ना मिलके हम खुद ही अपना जीवन सुधार ले। हो तू जो मेरे पथ में, तू जो मेरे पथ में दीप जला ले, हो उजाले, तो बंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे सुर में सुर मिला ले, संग गाले, तो जिंदगी हो जाए सफल। तू जो मेरे मन का हो, तू जो मेरे मन का घर बना ले, मन लगा ले, तो बन So how did you like that?
Meena, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing, very beautiful. And I love the fact that you're so connected to the songs. When you're singing, you sing as if you're really feeling it, you really mean it. So it's beautiful.
Yes, I
So
can
Meena,
spend hours on singing. I can just spend hours on it.
Meena, keep next couple of songs ready for a moment. We are going to go to India shortly with our Ayurvedic expert, a senior team from our Ayurveda team. But before that, Nishit, let's look at your recipe and Hani and Meena can comment on it.
Absolutely. So I'm just going to share one of the recipes that are a favorite of East Africans. It started a long time back, I think in the 60s or 70s. There was a family shop in Nairobi, near a place called River Road. It's called Maru's. And they came up with their version of what we call bhajias. So for the international community, bhajias are simply Indian style fritters, but these are no ordinary fritters. These are thinly sliced potato rounds coated in spicy wafer thin sort of gram flour batter and deep fried and enjoyed with a tangy tomato based chutney. So it's vegan, gluten free. It's great for parties. It's a perfect tea time or afternoon snack and works with all kinds of potatoes. But I'm going to explain. Is it okay for me to just quickly share what the ingredients are, how you cook it, and how you make the chutney? And hopefully, I can inspire somebody to go out and look for this and make it.
Yeah, let's share that.
Absolutely. So,
Nishit,
yes.
at this point, maybe your phone might be starting ringing because the severe alert has come on.
Yes.
So this was what's going to happen to this country in United Kingdom, those who are actually listening.
Yeah.
If your phone is configured correctly, you should have had a severe alert. So for in future, if there is any terrorist attack or anything weather-wise or anything severe, the government can override your phone and send you an alert message. So it's happened to me live while I was talking to you. So I'm sure it's happened to you. That's Hani
Yes.
confirms, Meena confirms, Nishit confirms.
Yes.
Beautiful. So there is no alert at the moment. This was just to make you alert that Healing Our Earth is live. Let's go on, Nishit.
So, Maru bhajis are different from the normal Indian bhajis. They're thinner. They don't have a raising agent. The batter is much thinner and is crispier. And so I'm going to give you the ingredients for this. It's basically use any kind of white potato. Use a mandolin or a food processor to sort of evenly get the slices. Make them very thin if you can. And then use gram flour or what we call besan or chickpea flour. And you need the fine variety, not the coarse one. And you need a little bit of rice flour. That's the secret to make it a little bit more crispy. Of course, it wouldn't be maru bhajia without a little bit of green chili and ginger paste. Give it a little bit of a kick. And you need carom seeds or what we call ajwain. And it just gives this batter a wonderful flavor and helps digestion. And you need turmeric powder to give it that characteristic color to the batter. And you need coriander for that fresh taste. And I'll give you some tips and tricks of how to prepare it. The trick is in the rice flour, which helps keep these bhajis crispy. The rice flour also soaks up a lot of the moisture released from the sliced potatoes, keeping the bhajis crispy. And the even thickness of the slices, they will cook perfectly at the same rate so that all the pieces are crispy. And using less batter also keeps them crispy. So if you have too much batter, then they won't be that crispy. Then the texture won't be the same. So these are best eaten immediately. So I'll tell you how to make them. Basically, you wash and peel, do the potatoes, slice them up, then add your fresh crushed green chilies and ginger according to your taste. And now dip in some turmeric powder and add the ajwain seeds, which are optional. And then you can add the finely chopped coriander and sprinkle some gram flour or besan. And then add in your rice flour. Keep it aside for a few minutes and then mix it properly. Heat some oil in a frying pan and add some salt to taste on the potatoes and mix well, and carefully add to hot oil the potato slices and fry on a medium to low heat until they're golden and crispy. With this, you need a chutney, which is the best thing that accompanies it. And so to do this, well, let me just recap before we go to the chutney. These bhajias can now be also prepared in air fryer and in an oven as well. So you can modify this to suit your health requirements, because a lot of people are conscious about having fried food. You can use an air fryer instead. So the ingredients for the chutney are also very interesting. They're very simple. It's tomatoes, carrots, cucumber, coriander, ginger, cumin seeds, lemon juice, and optional is a clove of garlic. So all you do is just blend all of this in a high-speed blender. You don't need to add water to it. The ingredients will have enough water within them, otherwise it'll be too runny. And you add some salt to taste. So the blending method is quick to sort of make this chutney, and it makes it really a flavorful accompaniment to the bhajias. So there you go. That's one of my favorite, uniquely Kenyan kind of dishes that I remember and we enjoy on a regular basis as well.
And Nishit, we have got a viewer here in the Zoom room, so I'm going to allow her to speak. I'm just going to add like Savita Jetwa, who was actually in Nairobi, and she remembers the chutney. And she also is the same chutney. She used to go to Ealing Road, Maru's Bhaja. Savita, you can unmute yourself. Yes, Nishit is from Kenya, and he remembers the chutney very well. Savita,
Yeah,
comment.
it was the best chutney in Nairobi. Yeah, best
And
bhajia as well, and very cheap over there. But in Ealing Road, it is very expensive, £10 a plate.
So Savita, do you make the chutney and bhajias?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so
chutney and bhajias.
what do you think of Nishit's recipe?
Yeah. Oh, Nishi's recipe. I haven't seen that one.
Okay, so he was just describing. So that recipe will be posted on
Yeah.
Vanita's Kitchen.media and on the Healing Our Earth social media. Next week
Okay.
it will be available there. And Vanita's Kitchen is a fluid kitchen website. Every
Okay.
day it updates with information. And
Okay.
it's we have affinity with her because she's very well known to us, and our senior host here who has dedicated that to her mother in the society. So Sarita, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We'll come back to you. Nishit, what we are going to do, honey, Nishit, Meena,
Yes.
we're going to fly off to India right now, where one of our senior team is there from Ayurveda team. And we would like to know what kind of food they do in Himachal Pradesh, where she is there. So let's welcome Dr. Amrita Sharma. Amrita, unmute yourself, yes, and a global namaste to you.
Hi. Hello, namaste to everyone globally.
Global
So-
Namaste, Amrita ji.
Hello, how are you?
Very well. We were so excited to hear more about, your lovely comments in terms of
I
Ayurveda.
was more excited to see you as well.
It's amazing because last time you shared such lovely tips with everybody and we were very excited. So thank you for joining us here today, which is also a really exciting program because we've got a wonderful combination of food with music. And I'm sure both are very good for health, right?
So honey,
Yeah.
honey, you mentioned the music, and that's why we are here today as well, and kitchen. So let's do something, Amrita, to welcome you. Meena, can you dedicate the next number, whichever you like, to Amrita? Then we will open our chat, the Ayurveda tricks of kitchen and what they do in Himachal Pradesh. What is their local diet? So Meena, dedicate a song to Amrita and over to you.
Definitely. I would love to
Thank
hear what
you.
you
Thank
do,
you so much.
what you cook in Himachal Pradesh. And yes, so this song goes to you, Amrita ji. And
Thank
that's a
you.
beautiful song from the movie Tamasha, sung by Alka Yagnik ji. Agar tum saath ho.
Yeah, one of my favorite songs. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad I'm singing your favorite song. पल भर ठहर जाओ ये दिल संभल जाए कैसे तुम्हें रोका करूं से तुमको भरूं, बिन बोले बातें तुमसे कहूं, अगर तुम साथ हो, अगर तुम साथ हो। मेरी नजरों में है तेरे सपने, तेरे सपनों में है नाराज़ी। मुझे लगता है कि बातें दिल की होती लफ्ज़ों की धोखेबाजी। तुम साथ हो या न हो क्या फर्क है, बेदंग थी जिंदगी बेरंग है, अगर तुम साथ हो, अगर तुम साथ हो। बहती रहती नहर नदियाँ सी तेरी दुनिया में, मेरी दुनिया है तेरी चाहतों में। मैं ढल जाती हूँ तेरी आदतों में, अगर तुम साथ हो, अगर तुम साथ हो, अगर तुम साथ हो।
Wonderful, wonderful, very, very good. I feel so blessed to have your voice like this. Thank you so, so much. That was
Thank
very
you,
beautiful.
Amrita ji. Thank you so much. Glad that I
You're-
sang you one of your favorite songs.
Meena, very beautifully sung.
you.
And I think this is the right time now to bring Dr. Amrita, who is part of our senior team at the Ayurveda sessions. But her presentation on sleep, skin was so well received by the general global audience. But Dr. Amrita, tell us 3 things, okay? What is a specialty for Himachal Pradesh people? What's your local diet? And then let's have some Ayurvedic tips for food with a chit chat with Hani and Meena. Over to you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Himachal, being a hilly area, basically rice is a staple diet. So people are very fond of cooking rice and different dishes related with rice. Rice is one of the meal in the whole daytime. So either people love to have lunch in rice with, or in the dinner they want to have rice, and there are different combinations. And apart from that, what beautiful I like about Himachal is there is a lot of cultural things which are involved in relationship to the festivals. And I have been writing very recently on this topic of our diet in relation to the cultures and Ayurvedic aspect, which will be published very soon. And therefore there's a lot of importance about cultures and diet and the functions that we have in connection to when you talk about particularly Kangra district, where I come from, the place of Dalai Lama. That place is well known to have festivals in relationship with the diet, and the weddings particularly, we have a special ceremony where people are invited, and that ceremony is called as dham. Dham basically is a combination of 9 to 10 dishes which people prepare, and these dishes are prepared not by a normal cook. It's prepared by special cooks who are preparing a sattvic diet. Sattvic diet in the sense it doesn't have any onion, it doesn't have any garlic, and it is free of any non-vegetarian or egg kind of stuff. And it is always cooked on a fire, means the gas stoves are not used for cooking, which adds on to the Ayurvedic aspect of cooking. And then we have special utensils, which are made up of special metals, different brass or bronze metals, in which different dishes are being cooked. And its serving style is also very interesting. People are not allowed to have table and chair. Everybody has to sit on floor, and there are no plates. So talking about environmental aspect, the beautiful thing which I like is we use one of the very famous trees which is widely grown, and there are special plates prepared out of those trees, and the leaves are with the little twigs. We just intertwine the leaves. There are people who are very well professional in making that, and there's a huge supply of that in the wedding seasons. And with those leaves, the food is served on all those leaves, and people, all of them, they sit, they pray, and they eat, and then they dispose that. So it saves the environment, and the dishes are so yummy that everybody craves to have them, because they are a combination of different flavors and spices, and which are not very spicy and not very salty as well. And so that adds up to the yumminess of that particular traditional stuff. So everybody, for the wedding season, people wait when this occasion will be there. Or people also have seen people ask when is somebody's wedding coming, because I crave for dham. So 2-3 days back, I was talking to my parents, and I was like saying them that if there is any occasion like that, please do invite me as well, because I crave those tastes. So people use very local things, local herbs. You must have heard a lot about trifla, which is a very famous herb in Ayurveda, and it's a combination of amla, harad, and baheda, which are the Hindi names. And these basically are, which we call as amalaki, haritiki, vibhitiki, and these combinations are called as trifla. It's a very good laxative. It's a very good digestant. People prepare a vegetable out of it. So a vegetable dish is prepared out of it, and they consume it normally in their day-to-day life, actually, which is a good digestant. So local plantation farming is very common. People have their own land. There are small farmers who are farming for their own survival and sustenance. So you can find at different places in the hills where people are having their land, and they grow their grains and local herbs and local vegetables, and they consume them with different spices and locally available spices, and more of in a combination that are quite warm because it's quite cold. So a lot of things which are pitta provoking, mean to say, which are heating, are taken by people. So that kind of things help them sustain with the cold winter and the harsh winters, and it adds to the tastes and flavors. We also have a good combination of a sour dish which is prepared of charcoal, a charcoal specially added to it, actually. So these kind of things are very good laxative. They are very good digestant. People I haven't seen getting obese with this diet, neither getting sick. So that's the wonder about Himachal's dishes.
Wow.
Yeah, most of I would request all of you, and all of you are welcome to come and visit and have these dishes.
I'm packing my bags as well. Last time we were saying I'm going to pack my bags. Now I'm going to move off to your place, right? By the sounds of it. Meenaji, that first of all, the song was so beautiful. I just wanted to say, what a good, you've got a great song selection. I don't know where you choose these beautiful songs from. And of course, Amritaji, from your side, that wealth of encyclopedia, walking encyclopedia. I mean, I just found that so, I could see my mouth was watering as well. I think both our mouths were watering thinking about those tasty, delicious foods. You spoke about, instead of cooking on a gas, you said you cook on fire. What is the difference? Because you said that that's more of a, Ayurvedic principle of not cooking on gas, but cooking on fire. What is the difference between the two?
There's a lot of difference. Have you ever, like at your place, I am not very familiar, but certain bakeries are very famous, and we go to those bakeries, they have an oven bakery or they have a wood baked bakery. That makes a big difference. How you cook and in which wood you cook also makes a very big difference, because different woods, actually, they have their own ignition temperature, they have their own resins, they have their own chemical properties that changes the ignition temperature of at what temperature the food should be cooked, actually. And that's what is the basic difference of flavors and tastes of food when the food is being, or the bread is being baked, or you have a pizza which is being baked on fire, or it's being baked in an oven, or it's baked on a gas, or it's on a microwave. It makes a big difference, actually.
Yes, absolutely. Because when you talk about pizzas, you talk about stone-baked pizza,
Yes,
because you know that's been put in the oven. Whereas, and so even some naans, they make some naans which are made, they taste very gooey, let's call it.
Yes.
But if you cook them in the proper little ovens, you find that they're really crispy and they're very good for the stomach as well. They don't feel so gooey when you're eating them sometimes. So
even rotis, when we make, if you make it on a clay tawa, it tastes completely different to the one that we make on the iron tawa, isn't it? It tastes completely different.
Yeah, very true. Very good point, Minaji. And also you mentioned about the triphala. That's something that a lot of Ayurvedic practitioners will always suggest, that you could have maybe just a spoon of triphala a day. And that tends to keep you very, very healthy, because the gut health, digestive system health, is one of the most important, and most of the illnesses will start from your stomach. So if you keep your stomach nice and healthy, you will find that a lot of your, you eliminate all the toxins from the body, and then you won't get so many issues. So the triphala, how important do you think it is for people to use that? And can that be mixed with food, or do you eat it separately? I wasn't very sure.
It depends upon for what reason you are taking triphala, and every herb is not good for everybody, just like that. And it also makes a very big difference at which place you are living from, what is your constitution, what problems are you facing with. So triphala is not just recommended for everyone, but as a general laxative, sometimes it's been taken, it's very good for your eyes. So you can have powder triphala with water, and then you can wash your eyes, depending upon what kind of prakriti you have, or which place do you stay. And therefore, as for a general healthy person, for gut cleaning, if you have taken already triphala before and you would like to have it again, so that can be continued. Otherwise, under the medical supervision, it is good to take the guidance, and then you can have it as much as being recommended by a physician or an expert from Ayurveda.
Yeah, and I always wondered. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes.
No. I wanted to say that because it is doing a lot of things in sense of laxation, in sense of digestion, in sense of rejuvenation. Because excuse me. Amla or Embolica ribes, which you call it, or the Indian gooseberry, is rich in vitamin C and antioxidants, so people take them. One more thing what I would like to add is that I have also seen a lot of people having a lot of addictions to diet and vitamins and things like that these days. So like in the COVID time, we found people having a giloy. So everybody just takes giloy every day, which is also not really healthy. So should be limited to some time as in being described, or your requirement.
Everything in balance, really. Whatever you do in life, everything should be in balance. You don't overdo it, and whenever you need it as necessary, you would use it, which is very true. Sometimes you buy these bottles, from the shops. And I sometimes wonder, because you mentioned that a lot of these farmers in your neck of the wood in India, they cook they grow their own, vegetables and whatever they would, like foods. So that must be very organic. There's no preservatives, no fertilizers, nothing that kills the goodness of that food. So that must be very, very good. So sometimes I wonder that when they give you those bottles of triphalas and bottles of, that they make and you buy and then you drink it as a syrup or something. I wonder if does that have all the goodness? Is it meant to have all the goodness? Because they must put some preservatives in it, right?
Yeah, sure. Definitely. There have been some preservatives. I would recommend take it in a powder form if you can have fresh, if it's available somewhere, or you know someone who can make that available, or in the market sources also. There are very good companies who sell these things. And I think you must also have a knowledge where you have to see certain criterias, whether it is certified by someone. We have many Indian GMP clearance things, as well as the FSSI things, where the food security and stuff. So all these things are very important when you look at the product and choose a product for which one is best for you and what you should take for consumption, actually.
It's very true. So our audience members, all our Healing Our Earth family members are watching from all over the world, wherever you've tuned in from. If you were thinking about going up to the shops to purchase some of these things, then of course these tips would be very good. I think that Meenaji is also, Neilji is over here. Hello, Neilji.
Hi, honey. Hi, Meena. Hi, Amrita. The chat is getting exciting. It's very good. So, Amrita, stay around. Shortly, we will invite our Chef D, Daksha, who is part of our Healing Kitchen team and Ayurveda team. And she has reinforced her Ayurveda conviction so much because recently she was in India and she'll tell us more about it. But she will also give us a tip, and all four of you can chit chat. What we will now do, Meena, let's dedicate a song for Amrita again and to invite Chef D. Bring us nice, beautiful song. Then we'll bring Chef D, and honey will keep on talking. We need to remind people that last week we launched vanitaskitchen.media. It was a website. It's actually now a portal, actually, which collates lots and lots of recipes. It allows people to input. So Amrita, when you finish your Ayurvedic tips for diet and food, we want to publish it on the Vanita's Kitchen and Healing Our Earth. Both are similar to us. So when you're ready, let's do that, because your presentations are quite good, because we've seen it on screen and sleep. So it's beautiful. So honey, stand by. Amrita will be in touch with us later. Meena, bring a song. Chef D, get ready. And Nishit, let's bring in a proper chit chat. So Meena, song from you. Over to you.
Yes,
Thank
definitely.
Meenaji, yes, that's a lovely thing. We're waiting for a lovely song from you, but maybe later on you could also give some tips, in terms of singers, if there are wonderful singers out there. So you may need to give a few of your singing food tips, that those people who want to become good singers, what things would you, you must have fantastic tips. But please go ahead with the lovely songs, and we'll go back to Amritaji very shortly.
Yes, definitely. I will give you some tips how to train your vocal cords and how to be a good singer, and what you should be looking after in terms of what you should be eating to look after your vocal cords. Definitely, I'll say that after I have finished this song. And that is from the movie 1942, A Love Story. So this is for Amritaji and to welcome Chef D. So Dil ne kaha chupke se, ye kya hua chupke se. Sung by Kavita Krishnamurti ji.
Wow.
दिल ने कहा चुपके से ये क्या हुआ चुपके से क्यों नहीं लग रही है ये धरती गगन मैंने पूछा तो बोली पगल पवन प्यार हुआ चुपके से ये क्या हुआ चुपके से तितलियों से सुना तितलियों से सुना मैंने कैसा बाग का बाग में थी एक कली शर्मीली अनछुई एक दिन मन चला हो भंवरा आ गया खिल उठी वो कली पाया रूप नया पूछ पूछती थी करे कि मुझे क्या हुआ, फूल हंसा चुपके से, प्यार हुआ चुपके से। मैंने बाधा से कभी हो, मैंने बाधा से कभी ये कहानी थी सुनी, पर्वतों की एक नदी मिलने सागर से चली, झूमती घूमती हाँ नाचती डोलती, खो गई अपने सागर में जाके नदी, देखने प्यार की ऐसी जादूगरी, चांद खेला चुपके से, प्यार हुआ चुपके से। क्यों नहीं लग रही है ये धरती गगन, मैंने पूछा तो बोली ये पगली पवन, प्यार हुआ चुपके से, ये क्या हुआ चुपके से। क्यों नहीं लग रही है ये धरती गगन, मैंने पूछा तो बोली पगली पवन, प्यार हुआ चुपके से, ये क्या हुआ चुपके से। Thank you.
Ina, that was simply wonderful. Even Chef D had a smile on her.
Absolutely beautiful.
Amrita was swaying all the time. So at this moment, let's welcome Chef D. Chef D is a part of Healing Our Earth Team Kitchen and Ayurveda too as well. Daksha, I'm sure you're going to enjoy chatting with Amrita because both of you love Ayurveda, and you will enjoy chatting with Honey because Vanita's Kitchen was her idea to gift to her mom, and our technical director, Nishit, who likes chit-chatting and bringing questions over here as well. So first of all, hello, Chef D, how are you?
Hello, everybody. I'm fine, thanks. How is everybody?
Daksha ji.
Global namaste.
Global namaste to everybody. Meena Bin, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. You didn't even have enough music behind you. Your voice is just absolutely amazing. Do you sing professionally in groups and everything?
Yes, I'm a professional singer. That's my full-time job.
You'll have to send your information. I'd love to come and listen to you,
Definitely.
on stage.
Definitely. I'm available on YouTube. You can find me there.
Meena,
Oh, definitely.
Meena
You've
is
got
a
another
professional-
fan.
Meena is a professional teacher, but she has also sung on Trafalgar Square. So she goes right to the top over there. So Meena, stay around. Now let's enjoy the chit chat and you can give your inputs as well. We're going to talk kitchen talk for at least next 20 minutes. Then we've also got Dirty who will sing for us. So Dirty will sing a song. You will sing a song because you will be finishing at about 4 o'clock and Dirty can stay on. We're going to carry on this chit chat. Amrita, stay around. Daksha, stay around. Let's remind people last week we launched Vanita's Kitchen.media. Nobody knew who it was, but it transpires it's Honey's mother and it's part of our healing team. So you can contribute there with your recipes, your blogs and everything. Chef D, if you haven't had a look, then this is what you go and have a look for. Here is the website shortly coming. Oh, just one second.
I just want to share that. Yes, very nice. Thank you, Nilji.
There you are. This is the website we are asking you to visit.
Definitely.
There is lots to it. It's a portal. It's actually not just a website now. It's a portal. And Chef D, your inputs to the website will be very useful. It's just like as if you are putting to Healing Our Earth because Honey and Vanita are affiliated to Healing Our Earth. So it'll be very good. and we want all your inputs, as will do Meena as well. So let's start with Chef D. Chef D, you were in India just 2-3 months back. You had a very good experience with Ayurveda, but let's go to your experience about kitchen and tips with Ayurveda. Let's bring in Amrita, Hani, Meena, Nishit, all over to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chef D. So let me start by welcoming you and tell us what's your specialism in terms of cooking. What kind of food do you like cooking? What cuisine?
I obviously, as a Gujarati, it all started off with beautiful Gujarati food. But luckily now I'm quite a global chef now, cooking all sorts of different cuisines. But it's all vegan and vegetarian. I don't cook meat at all. Never have done, never will, and it's just never necessary. All my businesses have always been vegetarian. So yes, that's my niche and that's my specialty. But in the past, I would say 3 to 4 years, I've moved more into healthy cooking now.
I have a couple of questions for you. So one is obviously what inspired you to specialize in vegan and vegetarian cooking, and how has it influenced your culinary journey?
When I say inspiration, my inspiration is the fact that I myself am pure vegetarian since birth, my whole family as well. And the year I started my own business was back in the day where we wouldn't get that much vegetarian food in the local restaurants, and even in Indian restaurants, you'd have the bog standard 3 curries, that you've got to choose from. So that was my inspiration to bring more variety to the public. But I obviously started in an era where veganism and vegetarian wasn't mainstream like it is today. So in today's time, and if I count back 25 years ago, the journey has been very trying for me. It's been very difficult. When you talk about doing something as a hobby and doing something as a business, when it's a business, obviously the figures have to justify your means, but that was always my struggle, because vegetarianism, literally it's been exploded in the past 5 years, being obviously in the vegan stream, the plant-based stream. But the struggle now, if I was back in the mainstream, owning my own restaurants and catering business, I would say my struggle now would be to compete with the larger brands who are taking over vegetarian veganism with their brand name, but not the ethics. Not the ethics and not the care for their clients. So that would definitely, I know, I see that struggle now in the smaller companies. But my work now is definitely more towards helping people heal through the power of nutrition. So I've saved myself from all that headache of owning a business now. I've come off the high street, and now I'm in people's homes and I teach people how to cook healthy. So I'm still doing what I love doing, is cooking, because I'm a bit crazy up there and I love cooking. But yes, to teach people how to cook healthy.
Good to see that you've been pioneering and you persevered in this industry for a long time. Now, when you go out to people's homes, you would typically find people of different ages. There'd be youngsters, there'd be young adults, or maybe middle-aged people, and maybe some older people.
Elderly as well, yeah.
So, what are some of your essential tips for creating delicious and satisfying vegan and vegetarian dishes that cater to, diverse palates?
What I tend to do is find out, like I said, is there a family of the diverse age group? So let's say somebody said to me, can you create a menu for me that everybody will enjoy? So I always find the older people don't really enjoy starters. They're not really interested in them, because up till they've not really had starters or that kind of flavor, profile that they've always enjoyed. So I tend to dedicate the starters to the youngsters, because that's really their go-to. But the main dish, the main meal, I do something where the elders enjoy and the youngsters enjoy. So there's like a fusion dish and a traditional dish, but it all comes together. And then when it comes to dessert, I find that the elders absolutely love their dessert, because it's usually they're not allowed to eat it. So they usually by that age, it's like, 90% of them are probably diabetic or, high blood pressure, and they're keeping themselves away. So I dedicate a dessert where it's healthy. I've not used the sugars. I've used things like stevia, dates. I've used jaggery. So they love the flavors, and the youngsters are thinking, wow, we've not had this flavor, because they're so used to the refined sugar all the time. So when they have something healthy that's made from healthy sugars, they understand the difference, and I get that feedback back from them. So I always try to create a menu where everybody can enjoy. So that's very important, because I feel when you're sitting at a dining table, the family has to come together. It's not about one person. And also when somebody's got an ailment as well, if somebody's diabetic, if somebody's got some sort of health issue, their meal should not be isolated just for them. The whole family should be able to cater where everybody's dining together and enjoying the same type of meal. Because in theory, if you're cooking something different for that person who's got a diabetes, in theory, that's actually more healthy food. So we should all be incorporating that. So
That's a fantastic point.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic point. As a type 2 diabetic myself, I sometimes get excluded from certain meals because they're not good for me. But having a healthy option helps me feel included and part of the meal as well.
Right.
So well done on picking that up. It's coming from experience of observing these kind of things and seeing how best you can overcome this exclusions, as I would say.
Absolutely.
Give us a tip now. Over these years, what are some of the key ingredient or pantry staples that you would recommend for people to have if they're looking to get into vegan and vegetarian cooking?
Pantry staples, obviously, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, your basic, I would say, our Indian basic masalas, but sourced from a good, like organic source. Things like even haldi. I mean, over the years, even as a caterer in my restaurant, I've always noticed the different qualities of spices we get off the shelves. And in the past, I would say 10, 15 years, I've been dabbling into bringing my own spices and herbs over from India. And I've noticed such a massive difference to what I buy off the shelf here in the UK. And things like that, I say to people, look, we don't need to stock a large quantity. Stock small quantities, but get the best. Have a good turnaround, but don't go for things that are sitting on in your larder shelf for another 5 years that you're not going to touch. When it comes to your fridge, go for fresh stuff on a weekly basis, but find a day in the week where you know that today I'm dedicating my dinner to clearing out my fridge the right way. So you've got a good replenishment of fresh foods on a weekly basis. You're not throwing things away. Green vegetables, obviously, and balancing everything. Sometimes I always find people saying to me that, oh, but I find I'm eating too much greens and I've got no time to cook lentils. I've not got time. So I'm cooking them in batch cooking, putting it in the freezer. But I'm saying to them, so, okay, when you batch cook, how many hours do you spend on that batch cooking and freezing? See if you can cut that up. Like, let's say I've got that in my own family. My older daughter is a teacher. Sunday, she dedicates to, cooking 3 meals for the rest of the week for her lunch. I mean, I observe that and I look at that, and there's only so much I can say to her, because at the end of the day, I'm proud that she's still making an effort. But with the lack of time they have in the week, I feel, Chala, this is better than nothing. And very soon, as she gets used to doing this on a weekly basis, sooner or later, I can add a little bit more and say, Beta, you're dedicating 3 hours on a Sunday. Reduce that to 1 hour, and then let's add another hour on a Wednesday night. So you've got pre-cooked meals for 2 days, then you've got pre-cooked meals again for another 2 days. So you're reducing that staleness of your food, because youngsters think, oh, if we pre-cook, because internet exploded as well with pre-cooked meals and made lunches and stacking them up for a whole week. But we don't realize, even in Ayurveda says, even the food we eat on a daily basis should not be eaten again, especially the next day. We lose so much of the nutritional value of it, the healing value. It's going to fill you up. Your stomach's going to be full. but it's not doing its job, is it? It's not healing, it's not nourishing. But to bring that across to youngsters, and it's so difficult. Though they don't have that much time anyway. So, and then you don't want them to reach for takeaway foods either. So you don't even want to stop them doing something that they're doing. So sort of drip feeding them small amounts of nuggets of information, I feel that's the best way to do it.
I have a whole set of questions on meal prep for you, but I'm not going to take too much time. I'm going to let my other co-hosts chime in, ask you a few of their questions. They'll come back about plant-based protein replacements and also meal prep questions.
Oh, thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you so much. And actually, very good questions. Even I was like learning a lot, and very good little tips there. And it is very true. We're in such a fast-moving lifestyle at the moment that everybody doesn't have time. You know, like everybody's like looking for time. And of course, I can understand your daughter's point of view, especially if she's got a family, looking after kids, working, other commitments, of course, relatives, this, that, all that, guests, all sorts of things that go on in our lives. So we must think about these lovely tips. So I have Amrita ji as well here, who's just joined us, and she was sharing some tips about Ayurveda. What about that, Daksha ji? What is your thoughts on Ayurvedic food? And, because you do a lot of vegan and vegetarian foods, I'm sure a lot of those are sattvic foods, like yogic types of foods. But, what is the difference between what you would do and what Ayurveda would do?
From my knowledge on Ayurveda, it's not as vast as some of your panelists here, but my knowledge on Ayurveda, I'm learning more of the food combinations. This is my little forte at the moment. I'm re-educating myself in. I understand food has a massive impact on our guts and on our nourishment, and it's the power is just immense. But also, as being a part of Healing Our Earth and our Ayurvedic groups, what I've learned through them is food combinations, correct combinations, and this is where we're going wrong. Even educated professional chefs, cooks, people with so much nutritional knowledge in dietitians, nutritionists, the way they've been taught, I feel as if they've all been taught by the same book. It's like they're all talking the same language. I speak to many nutritionists and dietitians, and they have no idea about food combinations and what's important. Like, for instance, about 2-3 weeks ago when I was in India, I was listening to a nutritionist from Punjab, very famous nutritionist, and she, obviously Punjab is eating saag and paneer, palak paneer. It's a staple food for them, right? Who would have known that palak and paneer should not be eaten together?
Oh wow, that's amazing.
I thought, oh my goodness, what is this? She's going to get, people are going to absolutely, lay into it, go, what is she talking about, rubbish? But no, when she went behind the science of it, and then I spoke to an Ayurvedic doctor regarding this, and he goes, it's absolutely true. Spinach is high in iron, and paneer is high in calcium. Calcium and iron should not be eaten in the same meal. It counteracts each other. It negates each other's properties. And it makes your gut work that much harder to actually digest it.
Wow,
because it doesn't know what to do. And I thought,
because you just talk about the combination. Amritaji, because Dakshaji has just shared some really powerful information just now. What are your thoughts? I think you just may need to unmute yourself, but what are your thoughts on these food combinations, especially when it comes to Ayurveda, and are there some food combinations that you can maybe share with our audiences of what we should be eating together and what we should not be eating together?
Yeah, that's also a very good point. I myself, I'm a Punjabi girl, though staying in Himachal for many years. But yeah, this fact is true. There are a lot of actually theories related with this, and food combination theory is not just an Ayurveda theory. It is a combination theory. These theories have come and been given by the nutritionist in many cultures and many places, where we talk about what kind of food component. So if you're taking a bread bread and butter, or you're taking up chapati with ghee, in that case, you are adding up a fat with the carbohydrate combination that is helping and assisting in digestion. So different food combinations assist or they damage the absorption of each other's, which can be having a poisonous result when they are being metabolized, or they can be having an additive effect which helps in absorption. For example, a very simple example is that vitamin C assists the absorption of iron. So vitamin C, basically, if you are taking up some stuff where you are having a substance which is rich in vitamin B12 or B combinations, and you're adding up a lemon into it, it will assist in its digestion and iron absorption. So different combinations of food makes the food absorption easier as well as difficult also. And these combinations must be taken up by people. And I think people must be educated on, as mentioned by ma'am just now. I agree with so many points, like a fast-pacing life, you don't have time for cooking. So this kind of things must be learned and incorporated in our lifestyles, actually, because ultimately we all are living for our tummies. That's the big fact of life.
So I've heard that milk and onions cannot be eaten together. Is there any reason for that?
Definitely, because milk, onion, milk and fish, milk and carrots, dairy products as such has got a lot of the lactose that you are taking with itself needs an absorption side, which is very different. So most of the time, there's a lot of debate about how milk and milk products should be mixed. Should they be mixed with fruits? Should they be mixed? Because when, as mentioned by her before, like chefs have no knowledge. You are giving up a combination which is palatable, which is fashionable. People just adapt it and they become addicted. Their palates become addicted to it, actually. So you cannot stay without those kind of stuff. But actually they are healthy or not is also a very big question. And same as the combination with having onions and the sources of lactose with them is also not at all a good combination, because the phytochemicals which are present in the onion and the garlic basically are itself reacting with the carbohydrate component of the milk which is present, and therefore it is producing the toxic reactions which may not come to you spontaneously but with ages. So therefore it must be looked upon what are the basic causes, how you need to cater them while choosing up what's on the shelf and what right choices you must make for your kitchen and dining table, actually.
Amrita, these are very important, valid points. So Daksha, Amrita, stay around, because this we want to put it in a simple tip form today, so people can take it home and actually practice. What we are now going to do, our next resident singer is here, Dharti. Our current host resident singer will be saying goodbye at about 4 o'clock. So Meena, can you welcome Dharti with a song, and Dharti will reply you with a song? Over the next 15 minutes, let's have a sing song. Then we go back to Nishit, Hani, Chef D, and Amrita to actually tell people what combination to do and what to avoid. So over to you, Meena. Let's welcome Dharti. Over to you.
Yes, most definitely. Global Namaste to Dharti, and I'm going to sing this song for you from the movie Ghar, and that is Tere Bina Jiya Jaye Na. Tere bina jiya jaye na, tere bina jiya jaye na, ho tere bina jiya jaye na, tere bina jiya jaye na, bin tere बिन साजना सांस में सांस आए ना हो, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना हो, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना। जब भी ख्यालों में तुम आए, मेरे बदन से खुशबू आए। जब भी ख्यालों में तुम आए, मेरे बदन से खुशबू आए। महके बदन में रहा ना जाए, रहा जाए ना। तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना हो, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना। बिन तेरे तेरे बिन साजना सांस में सांस आए ना हो, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना, तेरे बिना जिया जाए ना।
How very beautiful, Meena. You
Thank
can
you.
see Dharti was swaying to you. And
Yes, she was.
this is Dharti's reply to you. Before we say goodbye to you, Dharti, Meena will be leaving at 4 o'clock. So if you can dedicate the next two songs to Meena, and then you stay around because we are going to go for the tips of what to combine and what to not combine gastronomically. So Dharti, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilkumar ji. And what a beautiful singing, Meena ji. I'm so impressed. I'm always like admired you and your singing. And it was really beautiful experience to sing, hear you here. And global namaste to everybody. Meena ji sang a really beautiful song of Lata ji. I'm going to sing a really beautiful song of Rafi ji. And this song is Chandvika Chand, is the title song. So I hope you will enjoy it. चांदवी का चांद हो या आफताब हो, जो भी हो तुम खुदा की कसम लाजवाब हो। चांदवी का चांद हो या आफताब हो, जो भी हो तुम खुदा की कसम लाजवाब हो। चांदवी का चांद हो, जुल्फे है जैसे कांधे पे बादल झुके हुए, जुल्फे है जैसे कांधे पे बादल झुके हुए, आँखें है जैसे मैं के प्याले भरे हुए, मस्ती है जिसमें प्यार की तुम वो शराब हो। चांदवी का चांद हो या आफताब हो, जो भी हो तुम खुदा की कसम लाजवाब हो। चांदवी का चांद हूँ.
Wow, that was so beautifully sung. It's a very popular song by Mohammad Rafi ji. Beautifully sung, Dharti. Well done.
Thank you so much. And this song I dedicated to like all the wonderful ladies of this our family. So
We are
I
all
would like
Chaudhary ka chand.
all are Chandvika Chand, yes.
And Dharti, maybe it's the right time. Maybe Meena, you can sing another song for Dharti and the whole world. Because
sure.
Nishit doesn't like you going away. Nishit loves when Dharti and Meena are there as opposed to other singers. So he always says, I want to get the best out of them. So Meena, sing one nice song to Dharti. She will sing a song to you.
Yeah,
Meena, you
sure.
need to go after 4 o'clock, so we'll let you
Yeah,
go, but Dharti will
definitely.
stay around.
So sure. So this will be my last song, and yes, Dharti, I'm going to sing this song, beautiful song for you, and that is from the movie Dam Laga Ke Haisha. The movie sounds really like what kind of song it must be, but when you hear the song, it's really, really beautiful. Moh Moh Ke Dhag Dhage, and that's sung by Monali Thakur. Okay. मोह मोह के धागे मोह मोह के धागे ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे कोई टोह टोह ना लागे किस तरह बिरह ये सुलझे है रोम रोम एक तारा है रोम रोम एक तारा जो बादलों में से गुजरे ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे कोई टोह टोह ना लागे किस तरह गिर ये सुलझे तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना कैसे तूने अनकहा सब सुना तू होगा जरा पागल तूने मुझको है चुना तू दिन सा है मैं रात आना दोनों मिल जाए शामों की तरह ये मोह मोह के धागे तेरी उंगलियों से जा उलझे कोई टोह टोह ना लागे किस तरह गिर ये सुलझे ये तेरी झूठी बातें मैं सारी मान लूं ये तेरी झूठी बातें मैं सारी मान लूं आँखों से तेरी सच सभी सब कुछ अभी जान लूं कि तेरी झूठी बातें मैं सारी मान लूं तेज है धारा बहते से हम आवारा हाथों की सांसों ले मुझे कोई टोह टोह ना लागे किस तरह गर है ये सुझे Thank you.
Wow. I'm speechless. It was wonderful, Meena Ben.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is beautifully composed in, I think, in Rag Yaman Kalyan. Very, very beautifully sung and very beautifully composed, I would say. Nishit Bhai, how did you like it?
One word, mesmerizing.
Have you heard this song before? You must
Yes,
have.
many times. Yes, simply mesmerizing. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Meena,
Yes.
thank you very much. You are a wonderful singer. You are obviously the resident singer, the host even at Healing Our Earth, and a senior singer. Thank you very much for taking the time out and
Thank you.
bringing this pleasure into Let's Talk Kitchen. We'll bring another series with a sing song and a kitchen. Thank you very much. Dharti, you stay around.
Yes.
And
Neilji, I had asked Meenaji before she was leaving, she was going to give a few tips on these singers. If there are singers out there who are watching, because I'm sure there are many music lovers who are watching today because it's a singing program as well.
Yes.
So if you could leave with a few tips for our wonderful singing enthusiasts.
Yes. You did, yes, you did ask, and I forgot about that. Yes, I must say that before I go today, how to look after your vocal cords when you're eating. And yes, well, generally you can eat anything if it suits you, but I am not particularly like that. So I don't eat too much of oily food, especially the pickles combined with oil and sour things. So that doesn't go very well with my voice. So whenever I'm eating such things and when I'm singing, I always have to clear my throat saying like that, and I hate that. So I don't eat that. And the day I have my show, I don't eat yogurt.
Oh, okay.
Yogurt is not very good for singers. So, and I love yogurt actually. I eat yogurt every day, but whenever I have at least 2 to 3 shows a week, and I don't eat yogurt at that time. And another tip for singers is whenever I'm singing, I always have a flask of hot water with me. I put a little bit of ghee in there. I know ghee is not too good, but then it's very good for your vocal cords. It becomes very smooth. Because what happens when you take a sip of hot water with ghee in it, the water goes inside, but the ghee actually sticks to your vocal cords and it becomes very, very smooth to sing. Trust me, it really helps me. And you can, and my Guruji said once that you can also put pinch of salt and pinch of black pepper powder in there with ghee, and so that is really, really good for your throat. And another thing I don't eat yes, and another thing I don't eat as at all actually is ice creams. I love them, but I don't eat because they don't suit me very well with singing.
Oh, that's lovely tips. Thank you so much. We just knew that you've got all these wonderful secret tips that you use for that beautiful voice of yours. So we might as well get those lovely tips out. But thank you, Minaji. And also
Minaji, Minaji, before you leave, another quick question. This is more for me than anything else. We've already established that you're a good singer, not a good singer, you're a great singer. We've also established you're a good musician. You have a good knowledge of playing some of the versatile instruments.
Yes.
The next question is, have you ever been able to compose your own music and sung to it?
I have. A long time ago, I have actually composed my music. Yes, I have.
Wonderful.
That was on Rag Malkons I did. And this is back in, gosh, maybe 25 years ago. I composed this in Rag Malkons when I was full-fledged singing, only classical. I wasn't actually singing any kind of Bollywood songs, and I was just so fascinated by rags and classical bits. So I composed at that time in Rag Malkons.
Brilliant. So we've uncovered yet another talent
Yes.
of Meena.
Multi-talented, lovely Meena ji.
Thank you.
Great cook and great singer and great composer. So, and a great human being. I have to share with the rest of the Healing Our Earth people as well out there. Thank you, Meena ji.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And it has been my pleasure. Thank you so much. I'm going to catch up with the recording with the rest of my time, but I have another commitment. So I'll do that later. Thank you so
Meena.
much.
Thank you. Thank you, Meena. That was lovely. And what we are now going to do, we're going to go back to our tips of either Ayurveda and also what combination not to eat and what combination that might be beneficial. So, Honey and Nishit, over the next 15 minutes, purely bringing which combination we should avoid and which combination we can enhance our self-being. Dharti, hang around. After that, you will sing a couple of songs for them.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Yes, please, Nishitji, go ahead.
So the idea behind food combining is the theory that different types of foods require different digestive enzymes and conditions. So basically mixing certain kinds of foods can hinder the digestive process and lead to various health issues. So from what I was told that, things like, for example, separating your proteins from your carbs, because in theory, the proteins require an acidic environment to be digested, and the carbs need an alkaline one. And combining these two can cause some sort of an imbalance. They also said you should consume fruits separately because fruits are believed to be digested more quickly than the rest of other foods. And if you have them along with slow digesting foods, it can cause fermentation and bloating and indigestion. And I was also looking at consuming fats in moderation because consuming excessive fats can slow down digestion. It's better to use it sparingly. And the last thing, which was very interesting that I found out, was they say that eating melons are thought to digest very quickly. They say eat melons alone or leave them alone. Don't combine them. So that was something very interesting I found out when I was looking up food combination.
Oh, that's very interesting, isn't it? Because I think from food combination, they say that the good food combinations are rice and beans, for example, or they say tomatoes with olive oil are good for you, things like that. But there are some which are very, very bad, because when you mix the two together, they tend to cause more harm than good, actually. Let's find out from our wonderful chefs and our lovely Ayurvedic expert out here. What other points can you perhaps share with our wonderful audience members? So if we're cooking everyday meals and they're feeding their families nutritious meals, to be aware of what kind of food combinations they should be aware of to give healthy foods, as well as what they should be perhaps avoiding. So we can't hear you very well, Dakshaji. We can't hear your sound very well.
Okay, I'm unmuted.
So I'm going to move on to Amritaji while you just sort out the sound. So Amritaji, what would you say whilst we have Dakshaji sorting out the sound?
About incompatible food combinations?
Yes.
Incompatible food combinations can come in many ways. In today's time, processed sugars, I think, where we have, we get fruits that are being dried and there is a lot of sugar added to it, like dried prunes or dried apples and stuff. That itself is also an incompatible food combination. Reason being, the saliva, basically, because of so much of sugar, the carbohydrates is such a substance that has to be digested immediately, and there's an enzyme in the mouth which is called a ptyalin enzyme, and that salivary amylase or ptyalin is the one that will be digesting the food, actually, the carbohydrates or the sugars, actually. And so those sugars basically get the enzyme quantity gets reduced if you are adding up a lot of dried stuff with that sugar content. So it becomes an incompatible combination, which is creating an acidic environment for you.
Right. So the acidic, that's what a lot of the illnesses take place when your body becomes very acidic. And the way to perhaps help with healing process is also to alkalize your body, isn't it? Which is mainly through vegetables and other ways that we use.
Yeah, same way the greens with the high proteins, with the fat thing as told by ma'am, which is with the paneer and palak combination, or in the sense of where people take a lot of milk with protein shakes. You know, these kind of protein shakes adding up with the milk is also a wrong combination. And apart from that, I think people mostly talk about the incompatible food combinations in connection to the combination, but not about the processing. So in that, reheated oils also are getting oxidized, which is proved to be cancerous, and they promote toxification, which are releasing metabolites which might toxify the body. And reheating of the dairy, especially the cow's milk, is not recommended, which is again an incompatible food combinations. Another thing that I would like to add is about the copper bottles that people love to drink water into and save, like the water is being kept, but do they really realize that the kind of green layer that comes on the copper is basically an oxidized copper? So when copper reacts with oxygen, which is the oxygen present in the H2O, it gets copper oxide, and that copper oxide, which is a green colored substance, is actually poisonous for the body. Therefore, this also must be seen, that what utensils you're using, what kind of substances you're using for the food can become incompatible, despite you're very careful about your food and diet and you're very conscious about them. So cleaning these utensils is very important.
Yes, so that's a very good point. Nishitji, that's really amazing, isn't it? Because in your kitchen, you don't sometimes think about little things, which are like, oh, make sure, even if you're having a copper jar, to make sure it's cleaned properly as well, not just the fact that it's a copper jar that we're having water from.
I know what Amrita ji is talking about, is copper bottles for drinking water. It's hard to clean and it's hard to see inside as well. So people don't even realize the buildup of the copper oxide.
True.
But
True,
I have something interesting to ask. This is nothing to do with vegan or vegetarian. This is to do with educating people on reading food labels in the supermarkets. Food companies have become very, very good at marketing, and their labeling sometimes can be very, very misleading. So, for example, I saw some product which had written no added sugar, no added sugar or something like that, right? No added sugar doesn't mean there is no sugar in the product. When I looked at it, it was almost like a 50% sugar. If you look at a tub of ice cream, the little innocent looking tiny little thing has got over 100 grams of sugar, right? I look at cranberry and you think, oh, cranberries are healthy, they're fruit, you know. Dried cranberry for every 100 gram has 78 gram of sugar. It's almost pure sugar. So I think it's time people learned how to read properly, look at salt content, look at the sugar content, look at whether they're what kind of preservatives, colorants. They're very, very many processed foods which are not good for you, but because of the misleading labeling, people get done by the clever marketing, but they don't really study the label or take the time to see what it is that they're buying. And I think it's very important that, yes, we go for vegan and vegetarian stuff, but at the same time, we should also, when we go for normal grocery shopping and stuff like this, we should keep our ears open and our eyes open as well.
Yes, very good point then, Nishitji, because at the end of the day, you just mentioned sometimes it says fat-free, but actually it's got lots of sugar. So that doesn't really doesn't make sense, because you think that, oh, I'm having something very healthy. And I also heard that when you sometimes have fat-free diets like chocolates and bars and meals, it's more harmful to the body, because there's been a long process that it has to go through to take out all those, let's say calories or whatever they want to take out. But that process in itself is really, really dangerous to the body. So
yeah, I mean, I had one look at one product. It's an Indian-based product. I'm not going to give the names, But let me just describe what it is. It's like a dried powder with you mix it in water and it's flavored like orange or something like that, right? Like a drink. So like an instant drink, flavored drink. 98 grams out of the 100 is sugar. Right? So
Wow.
no wonder people get addicted to it. No wonder they get a kick from it. But it's not very good, and it shouldn't be allowed to do these kind of things. But there we go. Consume.
I totally agree. I would like to add a few things to what Nishadji said, actually. So one thing is about the cranberries. Most of the time people have urinary tract infection, and cranberries are very good diuretics. So they are recommended for people who have these kind of infections. And then we just recommend them, okay, you should have cranberries. But are cranberries really available at your place? And the ones that are available are sugary cranberries, which again will increase your pH and will make it more acidic, and you won't be finding a good solution. And then you say, I had cranberries, but it did not make an effect. How will it make an effect? Because you didn't choose the right product.
Absolutely.
So that kind of stuff is very important. And same is the things with the sugary cold drinks that are available and the flavored drinks that are available. And these flavored stuff has got so much of sugar. Carbohydrate is a mood elevator. But the sweet it is, the poisonous it is, actually. So it is very important to consume it in a right way. Too much of sweetness will give you a bland taste. You become tasteless. Too much of sweetness in life is also bad, and too much of sweetness as such is also bad. You must be careful while taking.
Everything in balance. We've got Nil Kumarji. He's just joined us here. Perhaps he wants to share a few points here.
Thank you. Thank you, Amrita. Thank you, Nishit. Let's be focused into purely combinations to avoid and combination to enhance. Now, the food manufacturers' packaging and sugar contents are not within our control. That's just a matter of getting educated, what to avoid, what to not. Let us give people simple tips: onion, milk, fish, what we discussed again, but in a slow form, what to avoid and what to enhance. Before we do that, let me invite another of our kitchen producers here, Seema Bhatia, who has joined us as well. And Seema is a kitchen producer and also Ayurveda team at Healing Our Earth. And Seema, I think we've got something exciting happening. You have launched something very recently. Let me see if I can play the reel and if you can tell us a bit about it, and we'll jump onto the food chat. Tell us more. Let's look at this and maybe you can talk us over it, okay? So Seema, this has got nothing to do with the kitchen, but we are so proud of you because you are a board member of Healing Our Earth, as is Hani, as is Nishit, because you are all our regulars now. First of all, congratulations, because you always had the talent for fashion and flair. Tell us, what made you think of bringing this kind of jewelries, because they are boutique jewelries and bespoke jewelry? Tell us just a bit more about it before we go into food.
I really didn't. It just fell in my lap. And they say when the universe makes something fall in your lap, you grab it, right? Because it's God's will. It just happened organically. It's a family member and I. She's a designer and I am quite creative. So we decided to get together, and it's all VVS certified diamonds and 18-karat gold and hallmark jewelry. Yeah.
They say to the men's, to get to a man, we use food, and to get to women, we buy them good jewelry. Seema, we wish you all the best for your venture, and we will keep on letting our viewers know more about it.
Thank
Seema,
you.
while you're here now,
Yes.
Hani, Amrita, Nishit, and Chef D were discussing, and we want to focus on what do you feel, which food combination we ought to avoid, and which food combination we should use to enhance our healthy well-being.
Have you guys read the book Fit for Life?
No.
So Fit for Life is a book, and in a nutshell, basically what the author says is you should have your fruits in the morning before 12 p.m. Okay.
Yes.
And the combination of carbs and proteins should be avoided. You have your carbs with your vegetables and your proteins with your vegetables. Okay. This is a short way to have a healthy digestive system, a fired up metabolism, and also eliminate excess fat in your body. Now, this is a system I've followed for some time, and it seems, I've tried different ways, and it seems to have worked. Okay. It's slow. They say slow and steady wins the race. It requires some discipline, but you can have your cheat days in between and just bounce back to the food combinations. Speaking of food combinations, there's like fish and milk, of course, should be avoided. Dairy and meats. If you're looking at the typical, I'm a vegetarian. My mother was a cookbook author. I'll share her book here. It's actually here. Sorry, forgive me. Things are falling down. It's my mother's cookbook, India, the Cuisine of the Queens.
Wow.
It was authored in the 80s, and it's sold in W.H. Smith here in the UK. And my mom pretty much grew up eating royal cuisine. She grew up, the Nawab of Rampur was Raza Ali Khan, who actually rebirthed a lot of the Mughlai food culture, was a very good friend of my grandfather. And I'm a vegetarian, and these recipes are all heart attack specials, as I call them, and non-vegetarian recipes. I was non-vegetarian when I was growing up. And combinations in this book, although delicious, death by delicious, I have to admit some of them, I would not cook them for my family now. For example, a typical butter chicken, for example, absolutely delicious, filled with all the abundant ingredients of nuts and butter and ghee, and, all reflections of a very royal table. But the issue is it's cream and it's meat, it's dairy and it's meat. And that's going to really be heavy on your digestion. Have you ever wondered when we go into a restaurant like Moti Mahal or something in Delhi, and you have these really hearty Punjabi specialities like makhani dal and sarson ka saag is okay with butter and ghee, etc. All those lovely, I like to call them heart attack specials, you come out and you're like, oh, I feel so full. I'm feeling sick. But on the contrary, if you go into a Southern Indian Udupi restaurant, where you're having a fermented dosa with, some potatoes on the side, a nice medu vada, lovely idli sambar, or, what is it, that puliyodara rice, the tamarind rice, you're not so heavy. So you really have to question this, why are you feeling this way? What are the combinations that I'm doing wrong? So we have to have a lot of awareness. See, there's a lot of ready-made food out there. There's a lot of preservative contents. There's a lot of quick fix formulas that we all go by, okay? In England, you don't get domestic help. People work long hours. Life is busy. It's like New York City in a way, etc., etc. So the one thing I say to everybody is simplify.
Seema, can you hold the book again that your mom had done and just read out the title, please?
It's India, the Cuisine of the Kings.
Okay, Mita wanted to serve that. So India, the
Cuisine of the Kings. Okay,
yes.
I'll share this. I do share this book with great pride. And that's where my food journey began. I'll be very honest, because when I graduated from college, I joined a food business. When I graduated from the UK, the exotic secrets of Mughlai and Kashmiri dishes revealed in over 180 deliciously original and time-honored recipes by Dina Puri. And I'll share who my mummy is.
And Seema, obviously, it makes sense why now we know that you are a kitchen expert. Can you bring it closer?
My beautiful.
The other way around, other side, yes.
That's it. Oh, that's
Thank you.
So
and I'll just share one of my favorite pictures. I'm going to share a vegetarian dish. And I grew up eating this, and I can make this, by the way. So the next time I have you guys over for a meal.
Seema, you were not here earlier. We had decided that Nishit is going to do Ugali and Mogo. Meena is going to cook 3 South Indian and North Indian cuisine. Honey is going to garnish them. Chef D is going to make an Ayurveda dish. You will do, you're very good at your noodles and pastas and everything. And
I'm good at Asian food, and I can make very well.
And Neil Kumar has agreed to sacrifice his body
and eat
all the food in one go.
Our lovely guinea pig is such a nice one as well.
And that has been decided, which will be beautiful. Now, Seema, there were 2 tips from you. You were very clear on milk and fish.
Yes.
Those who eat fish.
Protein and dairy is a no-no. I'd say just dive into that book, Fit for Life. Follow that concept if you can't implement it on a daily basis. And one standard rule of thumb. Okay, there's so much gluten in the diet here. Everybody has a sandwich for lunch or a crusty roll for a snack. Stop. Please stop. Go for unrefined carbs. Go for the sacred diet. The Gujarati diet, I must celebrate the Gujarati diet because you know what? It does have jowar.
And what is jowar in English?
Bajri, barley, right? Jowar is barley, right?
And bajri is?
No, jowar is not barley.
Jowar is
sorghum.
Sorghum. And bajra is millet. That's right. So, and then we have, in southern India, we have ragi. Now, if you're going to southern India, which is finger millet, which is red millet, and if you're going to southern India, they make something like an ugali, ugali is a polenta. It's a white maize meal polenta for those of you who don't speak Swahili. And in southern India, they make ragi, which is made similarly to the polenta. So what they do is they boil water and they add in a little bit of the red finger millet. Then they make a very light porridge. Then they add in the rest. I think it's 1 to 2 cups or 1 to 1.5 cups. And they cook it up. And then they make these balls. And you have them with lentils, with vegetables. And very often the Southern Indian diet has moringa. Or the drumsticks, we call them. Nishit, what do we call the drumsticks? Saragwa. We call them falia in Punjabi, so that's why I was asking. And they're so nutritious. It's a super food. Yes.
Seema, stay around for a moment because every kitchen top guest who has come, we have sung a couple of songs for them. We've got our resident singer, Dharti here, who is now dedicating this song to you, to welcome you. Then we will chit-chat with Daksha, yourself, Hani, and Nishit, more on which combinations to avoid and which to use to enhance our well-being. Dharti, welcome Seema with a lovely song or two. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema ji, for that. And of course, Dharti ji, that was a beautiful song that you shared with us before. So I'm sure all our audience members are really dying to hear your next song. What will you be singing next for us, for our lovely Seema, to welcome her here?
Oh.
Thank you, Haniji. And I would like to welcome Seemaji with this beautiful song from Khandan. And this beautiful song sung by Lataji. I hope you will like it.
I will.
I'm sure we will. So all yours, dear Dharti ji.
Thank you. तुम ही मेरे मंदिर, तुम ही मेरी पूजा, तुम ही देवता हो, तुम ही देवता हो, तुम ही मेरे मंदिर, तुम ही मेरी पूजा, तुम ही देवता हो, तुम ही देवता हो। कोई मेरी आँखों से देखे तो समझे कि तुम मेरे क्या हो, कि तुम मेरे क्या हो। तुम ही मेरे मंदिर, तुम ही मेरी पूजा, तुम ही देवता तुम ही देवता हो। जिधर देखती हूँ उधर तुम हो, न जाने मगर किन ख्यालों में गुम हो। जिधर देखती हूँ उधर तुम हो, न जाने मगर किन ख्यालों में गुम हो। तुम्हें देख कर तुम जरा मुस्कुरा दो, नहीं तो मैं समझूंगी मुझसे खफा हो। तुम ही मेरे मंदिर, तुम ही मेरी पूजा, तुम ही देवता हो, तुम ही देवता हो। तुम ही मेरे माथे की बिंदिया के झिलमिल, तुम ही मेरे हाथों के गजरों की मंजिल। तुम ही मेरे माथे की बिंदिया के झिलमिल, तुम ही मेरे हाथों के गजरों की मंजिल। मैं हूँ एक छोटी सी माटी की गुड़िया, तुम ही प्राण मेरे, तुम ही आसरा हो। तुम ही मेरे मंदिर, तुम ही मेरी पूजा, तुम ही देवता हो, तुम ही देवता हो। Thank you. And
That's my favorite song.
I'm glad I sang your favorite song. Do you like it?
Your mind reader, yes, I love it. It's one of my favorites. Thank you so much.
So Seema, this was a welcome song by Dharti, our resident singer, for you. Now what we will do, Dharti, we go back to the kitchen top. We would like to welcome Chef Cook, Tallaben, who loves cooking food and everything. So we will welcome her. If you could unmute yourself and please just bear a moment. We go to Chef D. Daksha, you and Seema, again, let's go back to combinations to avoid. Now, the combination you talk, make it simple format. We don't want to go on the food we don't have control, but we can buy karela, bangan, aubergine, okra. Which should we avoid combining and which food can be used to enhance the well-being and the flavor?
Chef Daksha, would you like to give some input?
Daksha, go ahead if you can hear us. We can hear you. It's slightly low, so your microphone was okay last time you came on. If you rejoin again the sound, and then we do. Seema, meanwhile, we got Tallaben, who is also from Africa. We got Tallaben, who is from Africa. You are from Africa. Nishit is from Africa. We had and actually honey is also from Malawi in Africa. And there is a lot of African influence in the food because there are lots of them here in UK. What are the tips we can give people purely on which combination to avoid and which to enhance? So Seema, Tallaben, go ahead, over.
So I'd like to say something here. You know, we people from Africa, we love the yin and yang of flavors, okay? And we love to add sugar into our food, okay? Now, I'm not saying that the yin and yang flavor, the yin yang flavoring is a bad thing. It's a perfect thing because it gives you this wonderful, you know, flavor, these wonderful flavors that dance on your taste buds. But refined sugars are clearly a no-no because they're going to fuel inflammation.
What is the refined sugar?
White sugar.
May I just Seema, the combinations we were actually discussing were things like, for example, two foods or 2-3 foods that you should not be eating together. So, for example, you know, they say apples and cinnamon are fine to eat, or baked potatoes and sour cream is good to eat. They even bread and butter is fine to eat. I had never heard that broccoli and cheese is good to eat together, and so is celery and peanut butter, for example. So these are like combinations that we can eat, and what we were perhaps discussing were what combinations we cannot eat. So, for example, I know milk and onions you cannot eat together. So that's what we're actually sharing at the moment.
Exactly, milk and onions. Now, look, if you look at sacred wisdom, actually, and it's so intelligent. Now look at the Jewish diet. If you delve into the Jewish diet, the Jewish follow something on Fridays, which they call Shabbat, right? And they will not combine their milk, their dairy product with their protein. So for example, if you're going to a very nice French restaurant, excuse me, I am a vegetarian, but I'm just going to name a dish that is very creamy and full of green peppercorns, and it's au poivre. You know, it would be a non-veg au poivre, protein au poivre with cream and peppers. That is a lethal combination, because it is going to, first thing that it's going to do is, when you eat that heavy, all your energy is going to go towards your digestion. Okay, everything is going to charge towards your digestion, and you're going to be depleted of your energy.
So, Seema, what is one or two combination you definitely
fish and milk, fish and milk.
Bananas and milk is another one.
Bananas and milk is so toxic. Oh my God, as per Ayurveda. And we as children, Nishit Bhai, you would know, grew up drinking banana milkshake in Kenya. It was our mom's favorites.
Now, at this point, I would like to let people know my father, who was on 98th year, just passed away just 6 weeks back. He ate 2 bananas and drank 1.5 pints of milk every day for his life. So sometimes certain things are so funny, and yes, banana and milk is very heavy. One has to be very careful because milk, digestive wise, and banana, so it's very, very heavy. Chef D, can you put your mic? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Finally, I'm here. Yes, I just going back to what Neil said just now, is we hear these stories, you know, we hear these stories of people actually eating these wrong combinations that we've just recently learned about, and they've lived to like 98 and whatever, and a healthy life. But what also I've noticed is learned alongside all this Ayurveda stuff is everybody's doshas are different, and the way our digestive fire, everybody's digestive fire is different. So no one person can follow one diet and it's going to work for everybody. We've got to see what works for us and what doesn't work for us.
You have to eat as per your body type.
That's right. That's right.
And
so,
generally, so for example, I'm predominantly kapha, you know, and kapha dosha people love sweets. And we love our kheer, and we love our kulfi, and we love our nuts and all. And that is the worst thing we can have for ourselves, right? Because it's just going to increase the mucus in the body. For example, pitta dosha, people love a lot of spicy food.
Seema, for the English viewers, can you please define kapha and pitta dosha so they understand, please?
Thank you very much. So what Ayurveda says is that all of the universe and we ourselves are comprised of the 5 elements. I said this last time as well. Air, water, ether, fire, and space. Am I right? Air, water, ether. No, air, water, fire, earth, and space.
Earth and space. No. Space, air, fire, water, and earth.
Earth, that's right. Okay, the 5 elements. I brought in the ether and the space together. And space and ether are the same thing.
Yeah,
okay,
space is the lightest.
So Dr. Amrita, can you repeat again in the order? So, and then Seema can carry on. Bring the order again slowly, please, slowly.
Yes. Space is the first one, which is also called as the ether. And then comes the air, and then comes the fire, and then is the water, and then from the water, the earth is made. So basically, the creation theory says everything was spacious. There was a vast space, and from the space, the air molecules produced. The air molecules vibrated, they produced heat, which came up as a fire. And then the fire got cooled down to produce water. And then the water solidified in one form or the other to form earth, actually. So these combinations together with the space and the air element is the vata, which is the Sanskrit term, and the fire, sometimes we call it with water, and fire as such is the pitta, which is the Sanskrit term, and the earth and the water, which is the last two elements, the grossest elements, is termed as kapha, which is the Sanskrit term for water and earth element, which is the grossiest element, mean to say the heaviest element. Yes. So vata people are mostly light and kapha people are mostly heavy in all stuffs.
That's right.
Thank you, Amrita.
Thank you. So yes, as Amrita ji said, so I said all of the universe is comprised of these 5 elements, and these 5 elements manifest within our bodies as our doshas or our metabolic types. Vata, air and ether; pitta, fire and water; kapha, earth and water, right? So basically, the idea in Ayurveda is to bring yourself back into balance. We have our Vikruti, which is what happens over time, the changes that happen over time. And our Prakriti is actually what our dosha was at the time of conception. This is very, very interesting. At the time of conception. So the idea is to go back to your natural state. And the way you can do this is we have to implement lifestyle changes. Ayurveda celebrates following your biological time clock, sleeping on time, rising before sunrise, following the Nacharya, as they say, tongue scraping, oil swishing, abhyanga, udvartana. There's so much. It would be about a 2-hour process if you were to follow sacred wisdom before your day started.
Seemaji, what is natural? What do you mean by a natural? So we're saying kapha, pitta, and vata, or whatever. But what is a natural state that we're just trying to share with our audience?
Our natural state is actually going back to what our Prakriti was, going as close to what our Prakriti was. Our state. Are you saying
all 5 areas should be equal? Is that what you're saying within our bodies? What do you mean by what does balance mean within the body?
Balance in the body is actually, so for example, if I'm a kapha dosha, right, that means kapha is in excess with me in my body. So the earth and water element is in excess, right? Yes. So how can I balance my kapha? Generally, kapha people want to eat sweeter foods, they like heavy foods, they like nuts, but actually, excuse me, we have to favor foods that counteract that. Bitter astringent tastes, for example.
Right. So the aim, I'm still not clear because when we say people have to be balanced. So, for example, Nishitji, if you'd like to perhaps jump in here, would you know what I'm trying to share? And may I ask in a different way?
So out of the 3 types of predominant traits that a person would have, that would determine their sort of digestive fire or the way their body reacts to certain foods. So when you have one more trait which is predominant over the other 2, that determines your sort of the way your body develops and your health and your issues that you face. So if you have foods that counteract that predominant streak in your body, so if you're kapha, which is the heavier side of the thing, you need to take things from the vata or the lighter side of things. And the foods that go along with that will counteract what you've got here, if I've got that correct.
Yes, Amrita wants to share something.
Share this, Seemaji, whilst Amrita ji is here. She's just joined.
I think I totally agree with Nishit Bhai. And bringing yourself back into balance is bringing yourself as close as you can to your natural state. Now, Amrita ji, correct me. Am I wrong here by saying this?
So
what is your natural?
When I look at you, Seemaji, I don't think you are completely kapha. You're a very good combination.
I have a good combination of pitta in me. You're very right.
Yes.
So, I'm kapha, but nobody is nobody is actually one dosha. They're always a
I
combination.
can see honey with
Seema, honey, I've just muted you and Amrita. Amrita, for the people who are on the main screen, can you quickly go around by looking at them and what do you think they are? Quickly, just one by one. Name them and what you think they are.
That's a
Go ahead, go ahead. It's okay. It's not a test. Just go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I love actually.
So Seema, what is Seema for you?
Seema for me is a combination of kapha and pitta,
Seema,
but she also has vata in her.
Seema, put your hand up if you agree. She agrees with that. Tallaben, Amrita, what is Tallaben for you?
I would like to see, ma'am.
She's there on the screen. Look.
She is a good kapha. And with kapha, she has a little bit of vata. To be very honest, kapha ladies are very beautiful at old age also, actually. And so...
Well, Tallaben is not old yet because she's only 40 plus VAT.
No, we are not. I'm not talking about just her. I would say I've seen really beautiful ladies who are in their 80s as well, but then still they shine up.
And what about our Nishit?
Nishit is a good vata and pitta combination, but he has a blend of kapha that balances him. Actually, pitta for me is very fascinating. When I study people, like I have studied around thousands of people globally, and I've done a lot of research on people of what they are and what are their traits, and I have got a huge data on them. And it's very beautiful and interesting to see them actually. And his marker of the pitta element is very good grounded with the kapha. And when the fire is blended with the earth and water, it assimilates a lot of things together. So that intelligence is in a calm and patient way. It's in a quiet, smiley way, which comes very swiftly, and then it balances you up. So that's what Nishit ji is.
Actually. So Nishit being the technical director, you got a free assessment, extra assessment for you. Now, Amrita, let's go to honey and then go to Chef D.
Honey is a good pitta and vata combination because pitta people are very much demarcated with pointed faces, you know, her pointed chin, pointed nose, pointed eyes. They are a very good aggregate of having a pitta combination. But then I would say she has a little bit of kapha as well because she has a broad forehead and a beautiful smile. And that makes her predominantly a good pitta, vata, and I would say 10% of kapha in her.
So Amrita, you saw her pupils dilate. She's excited. She's now going to wake up her mom and say, Mommy, come on, I know what I am. Seema has got a comment, and Seema, it's your turn to say what Amrita is.
Oh, Amrita, I'd say you have a little bit of pitta, definitely. Pitta and some vata. I could be wrong. I'm not so good. Vata pitta?
No, I'm not vata pitta. I'm a kapha, vata kapha person with a little bit of pitta in me. So,
okay.
Yeah.
See, I still have a lot to learn.
Like Daksha ji, I can see she is a very good kapha girl and with a pitta combination, and that's why she has excelled. So there's a huge history of things that I can explore about people. I can tell their futures, and even I have to tell people which boyfriend and which girlfriend to select in life because that makes a big difference. Whom to settle with. If two pitta people settle, they'll be clashing up. Two vata people, I have seen a big clash, you know. The best combinations are very different, like which I have assessed personally. Well, Malaji wants to say something. Yes, Malaji.
Okay. Oh, I got excited when you said you can predict someone's future or look into it and see what partners and things are, you know, compatible.
Okay.
Oh, I got absolutely excited about that one. So yeah, I'm going to pick your brains on it later.
And it's very interesting
Okay, sure.
partners as well, of how you can find the right partner, because if you have two people who are opposites, you probably find a lot of clashing, you know. So if you've got somebody pitta and somebody's vata, or you know, that's completely like a fire sign and a spiritual sign, right?
Thank you, honey. Thank you, Amrita. We need to move on now. We need to welcome Talla Ben here because it's next 5 minutes for her. But before she comes on, Pam Budd is going to sing a song for all of you. Listen to her very nicely. No music required, Pam. Go ahead, give us a nice song for everybody over here, and we move to chit chat again.
Oh, hello.
Yes, please go ahead. You're live.
Hello. Good evening.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I am honored. I am going to sing. This Ayurveda is a very nice subject for me, but I am very weak on this because of my dad. My connection with Ayurveda was very nice, but gone. Everything has gone with the wind, should I say. I am going to sing one of the song, which is Yashoda's one, and this was from Swami. And this song is actually, it is a Thumri sung by Bade Ghulam Ali Khan, and then it was taken into Swami picture. So my practice was more with Bade Ghulam Ali Khan when I was young. So there will be a mixture and there may be some problems, but please accept this. Sorry about this.
Thank you so much, Pamji, and a global namaste to you. We're looking forward to your beautiful song. We're all ears. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Ka karoon sajni aaye na balama, ka karoon sajni aaye na balama, ka karoon खोज रही है या परदेसी अखियां ये न मालूम का करूं सजनी आए न मालूम जब भी कोई आहट होवे मनुआ मोरा भागे, जब भी कोई आहट होवे मनुआ मोरा भागे, देखो कहीं टूटे नहीं प्रेम के धागे, ये मतवारी प्रीत हमारी छुपे ना छुपाए, छुपे ना छुपाए, सावन हो तुम तारे बदरिया ये न मालूम का करूं सजनी आए न मालूम और बई सांझ ढली है समय ने ही अंगड़ाई, और बई सांझ ढली है समय ने ही अंगड़ाई, ये जग सारा नींद से हारा मुहे नींद न, मैं घबराऊं डर डर जाऊं आए वो ना आए वो ना आए, राधा बुलाए कहाँ हो कन्हैया ये न मालूम का करूं सजनी आयन बालम का करू सजनी आयन बालम खोज रही है परदेसी अखियां आयन आयन करूं क्यों I'm
Thank you, Pam ji. That was simply wonderful. So nice. You are ever so classical. Whenever you come, stay around. We'll come back with you. We need to go to the kitchen talk. Talaben, if you can unmute yourself and give us your 3-4 tips of foods, that combination you would avoid and the combination that you like for enhancing the food before we move on to Sharon and Nishit and Honey for our nice recipe video for the sauce. Sharon, welcome all the way from America. She is the USA coordinator for Healing Our Earth, and it's lovely to see you back. Honey, we'll go back to Sharon in a moment. Talaben, over to you. Tell us, what are your tips for food to avoid as combination and the food that one should combine to enhance for well-being and health?
Thank you very much, Phil Kumar, and global warming to everyone. Everyone, Jai Shri Krishna, and combination I can think about like a curry. You know, in Gujarati we say curry. If you put limro in there, limro means curry pata, yes, and it will go very nicely with that because curry pata is very healthy.
Talaji, your sound isn't as clear. I don't know if you have anything else on, but if you've got a mic on or something, maybe you can use a computer mic, then it'll be much easier to hear.
Okay.
Or come nearer to the computer so we can hear you.
Okay. Global namaste to everyone. Is it okay now?
A little better. Yes, a little better.
Okay. Global namaste. The combination is curry pata. It's very good for you. And it is very healthy for the diabetes. You know, people have diabetes, and it won't give you diabetes if you regularly eat curry pata. See?
Yes.
So curry pata is your favorite, and you are slightly cutting off. Maybe you're on a Bluetooth. Honey, what do you think? Do you like curry pata?
Well, curry pata, do you mean like limra? Is that what you mean by curry pata?
Yes.
Because I think limra would really gives a lovely taste to your food, especially when you're making curries and various things. Even when you do like magarela bhat, like fried rice, as we say. What I tend to do is I tend to put these in, your onions. When you're making nice, lovely, crispy onions, you add these curry pattas in it, and also it has really good, health benefits in there as well. But when it comes to these combinations, I'm not sure about what Sharon G would say. So I just want to say a global namaste to you, dear Sharon G. But whilst we're talking about this, on the Vanita's Kitchen.media, of course, which is one of the websites we've been discussing, you'll be able to find lots and lots of amazing recipes there. And some of these have also been created with good food combinations. So you will find something that is very healthy for you. The other things I just wanted to say is that I think food combinations are extremely important because a lot of people nowadays are complaining of arthritis, body pain, etc. But that's probably because there's a lot of air in the body that's being, accumulated with the kind of food you're eating. And those foods are not very good. So I know I keep going back to the onions and the milk, for example, which is not a very good combination. So when you have combinations which are not good for you, you may find that it gives you other additional problems like body pain and other issues like that. So I think food combinations are very important. We should definitely educate ourselves on that. And here on Healing Our Earth today, we are discussing this particular topic so that we can support and, of course, share and educate our audience members that this is a very important area when it comes to cooking. I think Nishitji also shared some really good points when it comes to food combinations. Is there any points that you would like to share there, Nishitji?
I want to move the discussion forward later to tips and tricks with how you can prepare food in vegan and vegetarian cooking. So common tips of how you can make the food better, tastier, present it better, etc.
Thank you, Nishit. Keep it ready. Sharon, go ahead. Let's play the video. Let's show the people how to make delicious sauce, Sharon's American style. And then we'll
Yes,
go to
we
the
must say, my lovely Sharon, we were really excited to hear about your lovely sauce. Organic, just wanted to share that with the audiences. Organic, these tomatoes and everything that dear Sharon makes out there, she home grows these organically. So you have a very powerful combination of taste with goodness in there and freshness as well. So dear Sharon G, please share what is your lovely recipe. And
okay, this is actually, it's our dear Amalia Weiching. She was here visiting, and I had grown Roselle's edible hibiscus from seed. And so this is a video of her cooking, making the hibiscus chutney. Now, the original chutney recipe came from Seema for gooseberries. So this is one from, we adapted it to hibiscus. It was so good. It was unbelievably delicious. So,
please go ahead and share the screen, Sharon. Let's go ahead.
Okay. Video.
And while Sharon is sharing that, she loves growing fresh vegetables and fruits in her mountain area. So it's very nice.
Oh, it's so cold. All our tomatoes in the...
Okay, we got it, Sharon. Play it with the sound. Over to you.
Here we go.
We are in Crestone, Colorado, and we're going to make Roselle chutney. This Roselle, look how beautiful it is, just freshly harvested today from Sharon Rose's garden. And we just clip them whole like this first. It's so beautiful and fresh. And of course you can eat them just like this. And it's just full of vitamin C. So lovely and tart. I'm winking at you already from the tartness. And of course, you know, these sepals can just be broken off like this. And then with hot water, make an infusion of the Roselle. It's so delicious. It's just a delicious wintered hot drink because it's full of vitamin C, or even a summer drink with a little bit of mint and a sweetener. So what we're going to do is we're going to wash it, and then we're going to prepare the Roselle sepals, this calyx, and also boil up the hard core of this beautiful sepal. It's actually the whole, this is called the calyx, the whole thing, and these little petals are the sepals. So what this is that it's full of pectin. And to make a sweet jam, all we have to do is boil these up, and it'll just be naturally exuding the pectin. And then just add in the sepals and just stir it up to the right consistency that you like, and with the right sweetener that you like. As simple as that for the jam. But today we're going to make something a little bit more complicated, an Indian chutney with several ingredients. So let us wash this up first, and then we'll go and make the chutney. Very simply, just rinse. It's not so dusty. So you want to look for any weevils, But this is so fresh. Look how fresh it is. It's just beautiful.
Yes, I grew these from seed. This is my experiment this year. I grew these from seed in my greenhouse.
Lovely. And we're just going to place this in a pot with water. This water is, it's spring water. It's artisan water. And so...
Fresh off the mountains, 14,000 foot.
So we really don't need very much. We're just going to put that in. And I'm going to continue taking off the sepals. Now, there's sometimes, this one doesn't seem to be staining too much, but sometimes it does stain the fingers. So you have to see how the rosella is and the hibiscus is. Sometimes it does. And if that stains, all you have to do is just wear some gloves. And another way of preparing this is this. Just take a knife, cut it open this way, right? And just peel it. Very simple. You probably save a lot more from the bottom if you do it this way. However is easiest. Right, and let's put this away. This can be frozen easily, but I actually like to have it as fresh as possible. And okay, sometimes you'll find that these little bits like that in the middle, I usually discard it, right, so as not to add on any unnecessary fungi. See that? So I'm going to get rid of it, and I'll continue to do this. The Nepalese make also a chutney with this, with curry leaves and possibly the same kind of spices we're going to use. And what I've done is I've also sometimes add in a little brandy or yes, or a little, you can add in some Cointreau as well if you're making this for holiday occasions where you need something tart, like with cranberry. So I think this could be a really nice substitute for cranberry as well. And continue to do this. Sometimes I just do this in front of watching a video. Don't use a knife when you're doing that. So all you have to do is just continue doing that. See how my fingers are turning a little pink. This is really delicious as a drink, and you can put some cinnamon in it too, which I have, and mint, and also jelly. You can make a jelly with it. You would want to wait till it's lovely and ripe like this, and you can let it darken a little bit, even more than this. But I think this is just perfect for a fresh chutney. Right, so we've uncored the rosella, and you can see it here. We put it in a little water to cook, to exude the pectin from it. And to make a sweet jam, all you have to do is just add the sepals into this when it's boiling, and then just cook it down. Of course, after straining out the core, and then just add your sweetener as you wish. Now, at this stage, you can also start to separate the sepals and dehydrate that overnight in a dehydrator, and then you can have that as a dried flower tea or infusion. Very easy. So with this, we are going to cook it now. As you see, we missed one. Let's see how it's done again. All right. Again with a paring knife if you like. So this one, see, that's not good. So we're going to discard that. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna put this in. Can I put the whole thing in? You want to? That's a lot of onions, but it's some chutney that we are making. So we're going to pulse the onions and the garlic.
No, ginger.
I do ginger. I think we better erase that bit. Can't tell the difference. So, shall we? Okay. Oh, turn it on.
Okay.
So we'll mince finely the onions. It's good enough for you? Like that. Okay. Whew. Do you have a spatula?
In the drawer.
You have to stop that as well. Oh. You rough cut some ginger in there. So it's always nice to have those little bits of ginger and garlic and onions in there as well. Beautiful. Ooh. So, all right, so let's look at our spices here. Let me stop crying. So we have basically this combination, this proportion of 3 bay leaves, 2 teaspoons of mustard seed, 2 teaspoons of fennel, 1 teaspoon of fenugreek, some chili powder, about teaspoon of coriander seeds, and a teaspoon of cumin. And what we're going to do is we're going to dry roast the spices so that the aromatics would be exuded, and that'll be very lovely. So we'll turn that on, and then we'll add on the ginger and the onions. And lastly, and let it cook down a little bit with about a cup of cider vinegar first, and some sugar. Of course, we're using the organic light brown sugar or jaggery, which is coconut sugar, and I would recommend having it to taste. This actually calls for about 650 grams for this amount of sugar, but that could be a lot, so you can just taste. Okay. So let's start with the toasting of the ingredients. So one has to be very, very careful while toasting this so that it doesn't burn, because then it will be bitter. So we'll mix that together ever so lightly. So there's no oil necessary. We have a little bit of the residue oil from the cast iron pan. So, of course, with cooking and sensory pleasures, we have to use our senses. Our olfactory senses, our visuals, and auditory too. You don't want to hear the popping of the mustard seeds in this case. So, very lightly. In this case, we're going to add the rosella at the very end to let this cook down for about 30 minutes, and then add it almost fresh at the end, just to warm up, because we don't want to ruin the vitamin C content. It's coming now. I feel at this point just to add some of the sugar so that it will start to caramelize a little bit. Have a look at how well mixed it is and toasted. So it asks for all this, but we're just only using half of it. Alright, and very quickly we're going to add the onions and ginger. Cook it down. My senses tell me that it'd be about right. Lovely. We're going to caramelize the onions as well as the ginger. It looks so beautiful already. Let it caramelize for a while we part this. So the roselle is going to go in here. Maybe I'll just keep some to just show you how to make the sweet jam. We missed one. Just gonna put this to simmer, this one. It's lovely, it's coming. Don't have to cook everything because we're going to cook this down for half an hour and then we're adding the cider vinegar. And we'll let that simmer and thicken for half an hour or so. Need to pulse the rosella now. Can be chunky like this. think I like it chunky. Great. A good measure, and there we are. So we're checking this. I think a little bit more sugar. A touch of salt, and we leave it. Okay. It's cooking. You want to leave it? Taking out the core. Once it's cooked down like that, it's just nice and pink. I haven't found another use for the core, but I'm sure I will. And now we're going to put this back. And we'll cook. Of course, we can put more in it, and it will be the jam. Sweetening in it. So, of course, you put more of the put more of the rosella in it, or we can actually try this out. Why not put this down here? Experimenting.
But we want it for that.
Yeah, but we can just do it like that because it's going to gel it nicely. We're going to do it like this. We can?
I was one.
No?
Great.
Add this in. Not to waste any bits. So the jam, the rosella jam, is coming along nicely. You can see it. Like this is thickening. And you can place it on a plate and then to see how much it actually congeals to the right consistency, however you like. I can show you the little trick like this. And you can add in all kinds of aromatics in there if you like. So this is the sweet jam, the confiture. And this would be the chutney that is cooking down and drying up to the consistency that you like to. And then you can again season to taste. Coming together. This one had the pectin. It's a natural pectin. So here we are, the finished bottle of the chutney, and it's delicious, especially when the mustard seed pops in the mouth, as well as the coriander seeds. Really nice. There's not enough heat in it, so before serving, I think I would mix in some chili or put in 2 chili pods, dried chili pods while it's cooking. But it came out very well, very nice, and perfect for Thanksgiving time. And this is the sweet jam, just some sweetener, sugar that is, and raw sugar or jaggery, and the rosella, and that's it. So all is ready as accompaniment or just on their own.
Wow, that was amazing. What a different type of a sauce. I would have never thought that these flowers could be turned into a beautiful, delicious looking sauce. And Amalia, our Dr. Wai Ching, did an amazing job with that, didn't she? Explaining it all. Tell me, dear Sharon, were you the one who was the lovely little director there?
I was, yes. I was.
Fantastic. We're loving it. We really enjoyed that. So when you tasted it, how would you describe the taste? Because of course we could only see the beautiful, delicious and very colorful looking sauce there. But what does
it was the most delicious chutney that I've ever made.
So is it like a tangy taste? Is it
It was tangy and sweet too, because of the hibiscus. Right. And it was so filled with vitamin C.
Is that because of the hibiscus flowers? Is what it has? And is it okay for people to eat flowers? I mean, are there certain types of flowers that we should not be eating?
We grow a bunch of flowers. I'm trying to remember what they're called at the moment. I have a cold, so I'm a little out of it. But what are they called? They're these beautiful flowers. When we plant them this year, I'll film it.
Share them with us. That'll be wonderful. But just want to say a very big thank you. Thank you for also filming such wonderful recipes there for us to capture and be able to see, you know, what it looks like, etc. We also have a lovely, of course, Talla Ben who's here joining us, Talla Mashruji. I just wanted to say a global namaste to you. I know your sound was a little can you unmute yourself as well?
Hi, namaste.
Oh, very good. That's much better. We can hear you very well now. Alaji, you were going to also share some things with us, but before then, would you like to sing a few lines for Sharonji? Because we've been doing all these wonderful, welcoming songs with each other. We haven't had a song for a while. How about singing a lovely little short song for Sharonji to welcome Sharonji all the way from USA to our Healing Our Earth family here on this platform?
I will do certainly. Why not to welcome her? I will do my best. I will start singing now, and to everyone, for everyone. जिसका काम है उसका नाम है राम अयोध्या जिसका नाम है रामा उसका नाम है ऐसे श्री भगवान को ऐसे श्री भगवान को लाख बार प्रणाम है लाख बार प्रणाम हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम हरे राम गोकुल जिसका गाँव है कृष्ण उसका नाम है गोकुल जिसका गाँव है कृष्ण उसका नाम ऐसे श्री भगवान को ऐसे श्री भगवान को लाख बार प्रणाम है, लाख बार प्रणाम। हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा हरे कृष्णा। वीरपुर जिसका काम है, जलारा उसका नाम है। वीरपुर जिसका काम है, जलारा उसका नाम है। ऐसे श्री भगवान को, ऐसे श्री भगवान को लाख बार प्रणाम है, लाख बार प्रणाम। जला पापा जला पापा जला पापा जला पापा जला पापा।
Wow, very, very nice. Thank you so much, Dalaji. That was fantastic. And what a beautiful thing, you know, because Sharonji reminds me of these goddesses, you know, especially these Hindu goddesses, and especially when we see her beautiful costumes and the way she's shared her dancing postures with us and photos with us. So singing a lovely religious bhakti devotional song for her is absolutely appropriate. So there you go, Sharonji, a lovely welcoming song for you. And infused with devotional, high frequency, sacred sounds.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And I want to tell you all that one of the key secrets to what we grow is that I water the plants doing Lakshmi mantra.
Ah, right, doing the Lakshmi mantra. Wow, this is great. And Neilji, I know that you're here, joined us just now. Neil Kumarji is just here. And let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, honey. Thank you, Nishit. Stay around. Sharon, thank you very much. It was lovely. We'll take 1 or 2 minute comment from Mita on your sauce. Then Nishit, honey, let us get into the tips that Nishit has prepared. Then we will have Winnie Kalia singing a song. Then we go back to the tips and conclude the event. Mita, unmute yourself. And what did you think of the sauce that Wai Ching and Sharon presented? Unmute yourself, please. Over.
Oh, global namaste, Mitaji.
Global namaste. I'm writing in the chat that it's amazing. The program has been amazing so far, including the Ayurveda part of that. And I got engrossed and I started, posting some things to do with Viruddhahar because I have been observing that for a long time. Try to. It's amazing. I was in a country fair this morning and there were so many different chutneys being sold over there. And what a lovely coincidence. It's so yummy. And the preserve as well, the jam as well. I tasted all of them. They were very nice. And I felt like I should be tasting this as well, which Wai Ching has prepared. I think it is a good source of, because it's preserved from the fresh ones. So it's good source of vitamin C, obviously, and many other goodies in there. So yeah, amazing. It's thank you for showing the recipe. I'll be noting it down and try to, do it at home.
Thank you, Mita. You can see it on the YouTube again. You can rewind it and you'll be able to see it there. Sharon, you're welcome to hang around if you like, because the tips and things will be sharing. And then we'll have a song from Winnie Kalia, and then Tarla and Mala will come back again for the tips from Nishit. Nishit, the next 10 minutes plus a song plus 10 minutes are yours and Honey's. Nishit, you take it over to you. Thank you.
Super, wonderful. So we've talked about, for all the viewers who've joined us, we've been talking about vegan and vegetarian kitchen. We've had a beautiful sing-along session today. We talked about, various things like resources like Vanita's Kitchen.media, which is a wonderful website launched by Honeyji's mum. And now we're going to talk about some of the tips and tricks which I researched on how you can make, if you're somebody starting off with vegan and vegetarian cooking. So these are some tips and tricks that I picked up. So one is, the common question is that if I'm not eating animal meat, then what is my replacement protein? So there are various sources of plant-based protein, such as beans, lentils, we've got tofu, we've got edamame, tempeh. And so having a variety of these kind of protein sources can help ensure a balanced meal, and it's also a satisfying meal for everybody.
So Nishit, let's go slowly and let's remind them so people can make the notes. So for those who are vegan or vegetarian, particularly vegetarian, the following may help you replenish your protein. Go slowly now, Nishit.
Yes.
Yep.
And of course, Nishitji, as you mentioned as well just now, just to remind the audience members, in your food, there needs to be a balanced diet. And because there needs to be a balanced diet, sometimes you may find that some people complain that if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, you may not have all the different nutrients. So Nishitji is also sharing these protein nutrients, how you can get that as well, if you're a vegetarian or a vegan. Yeah, please go ahead, Nishitji.
Yes. So beans, lentils, tofu, we've got tempeh, we've got edamame beans, and we've got seitan. These are all sources of plant-based protein that you can add to your meal. And protein gives you a feeling of fullness or a satisfaction that you've had a good meal. The other thing is the use.
Nishitji, just to ask, just before we move on, with the protein, some people ask that, meat protein is better than vegetarian protein. What are your thoughts on that, Sharon or Nishitji? What are your thoughts on that? Because some people say you have to have, non-veg protein.
Yeah, so here's the thing. When we look at proteins, proteins are basically building blocks made up from amino acids. We have 21 amino acids. So as long as you've got a source that covers all the 21 amino acids, is easily digestible, because proteins are not easily digested. So if you have an easy to digest source of proteins and you cover all the 21 amino acids as a building block, then you're good to go, because the body is going to then recombine the amino acids into whatever it needs to create in your body.
Right, like rebuild your muscles, rebuild their healing, whatever that needs in your body.
Yes, so the danger with things like, for example, protein shakes, one, it doesn't contain all the protein amino acids that we need, right? So it is like cooking, cooking some sort of a dish, and you need the recipe, but certain ingredients are missing. If you don't have the building blocks for what you need, hormones, enzymes, building blocks of your tissue, muscle, everything is done from protein. If you don't have those building blocks when the body needs, because it's built on demand, then you're going to miss out. And that recipe never turns out the same if you don't have the ingredients. So start with a balanced source.
And Nishit, to answer Hani's question, she said, is animal protein better than natural protein? The answer is very simple. All the animals either eat animals or food. All the food are natural. So your answer is very simple. The natural food and plant-based foods and the nuts and the other ingredients are much better to consume proteins. So that people know the quantum mechanism of proteins, a handful of nuts, which you should eat every day, a handful of nuts, which is approximately 20 to 28 grams, depending your body and your height, is approximately 20-gram protein. So you must not overeat protein, because a 0.8 kilogram per your kilogram weight. So if you are 50 kg, 40 grams is safe. If you are 100 kg, 80 gram is safe. So we need to explain the quantum as well. So you go to the gym and say, let's feed you with protein shakes and protein this. No, they're feeding you too much protein. You might see your urine slightly different color. You may have kidney problems. So honey, your answer, natural proteins are much better, because animal can only consume by eating animals or natural food. Over to you, Nishit.
Thank you so much. There's one thing added to Nilji said about, let's say, cows eat grass, or any of these animals that you try, that people eat, non-veg people eat. Well, they're all eating plant-based things anyway. So even the animals know that it's better to eat plant-based foods. So yeah, please carry on, Nishitji.
Yeah, you only need about 55 to 60 grams of protein a day as an adult male. The problem with things like protein shakes, for example, even if they're vegan, is that you have something called a protein digestion amino acid score. So that's how well the protein is going to be taken into the body. And so there's a score. You need to have a really high score for the protein to be high quality. So you could be having a glass of protein, but what if it doesn't get into your body? It's just going to flush out. That's it. So there's no
Right.
point. You're fooling yourself that you're having protein.
Then rather than quantity, the quality.
Yeah, and there is also a link to kidney problems because too much proteins, your kidneys get affected. So anyway, moving on. So the next thing was use of whole grains. So whole grains like quinoa, brown rice, we've got barley and whole wheat, like whole wheat pasta, for example. Use these to add to your meals because you can get not only the nutrients, but you also get fiber and you also get a hearty texture for your meals. So texture is also important when you're having a meal. So once again, the things we were looking at was quinoa, brown rice, barley, and whole wheat. And for example, whole wheat pasta and things like that. So the thing after that would be to enhance your food with the use of spices and herbs. So enhance the flavor of your vegan and vegetarian dishes with a variety of spices and herbs. Experiment with different combinations to create unique and delicious flavors. So when we were looking at that chutney being made, right, and we looked at that, Wai Ching said that you need to engage your sight, seeing the mustard seeds popping, and you need to hear them popping, you need to smell them cooking. So it's engaging your sight, all your senses, but it is what we're talking about is enhancing with spices and herbs, and that can change the flavor profile of your food. The next thing after that is obviously to season your vegetables properly. So to elevate the taste of your vegetables, season them well with salt, pepper, and other spices. And when you're grilling, sauteing, or roasting your vegetables, this can also help bring out the natural flavors of that particular vegetable. The next thing I would say would be to master the art of substitution. If you're used to having things in a certain way, learn how to substitute animal-based products or ingredients with plant-based alternatives. So for example, use of flaxseed or chia seeds mixed with water as an egg replacement, or you swap dairy milk for almond or soy milk. My mom loves oat milk, and she's got the two kinds of oat milk. See, I get educated every day. So there's the normal, regular variety of plant-based milk, and then there's the other one, which is called the barista version, which is a slightly thicker one that she enjoys. So there are options galore available now. It's not like before where you were restricted. The next step I would say is to utilize ingredients that are rich in umami flavors. Umami is a little bit of saltiness, I would say. So to add depth and savoriness to your dishes, you can use ingredients like nutritional yeast. You can use miso paste, mushrooms. These are great products or ingredients to add to your dishes and change the flavor profile again. The next thing you can do, you can get creative with textures. So combining various textures in your meal to create a more satisfying and interesting eating experience for yourself. So you can mix crunchy, creamy, chewy elements for a well-rounded dish. So for example, when we sometimes make pasta, Mamta would put in baby corn in that. So you got the crunch of the baby corn with it as well. So just try and experiment and see what else you can do to create an interesting meal for yourself. And then, of course, you got to plan balanced meals. This is very easy to slip into a comfort zone or take the easy route. But if you plan a balanced meal, you can make sure that you get all the essential nutrients by including a mix of protein, healthy fats, complex carbohydrates, and plenty of fruits and vegetables. We have all talked about today of when to eat your fruit and veggie, when to eat your proteins, when to eat your veggies, etc. So we will be able to do that, but have a balanced, well-rounded intake of your nutrition. And then finally, when we talk about engaging the senses, we got to look at presentation as one of the things. You want to visually make sure that your dish looks great, because we start eating from here. And then the digestion, as Amritaji said, happens straight in your mouth before it even hits your stomach. So make sure that your dishes are visually appealing by using colorful ingredients, garnishes as well. And a beautifully presented meal can make that dining experience more enjoyable, elevate it further. And the last thing I would say is learn from others. So we have a wonderful resource here. Dr. Haniji, would you like to share what resource I'm talking about?
Absolutely, absolutely. I just wanted to share with everyone, of course, there's Vanita's Kitchen.media, which we as a family now, a Healing Our Earth family, belongs to all of us. This is presented to you to educate people, to give you the most amazing, delicious, scrumptious, nutritious vegan and vegetarian recipes, if you'd like to try this out. And also there's education there as well. So how to present your food, what kind of spices you should be having in your, in your kitchen, and it gives you lots and lots of tips. It's always renewed every single day, so you'll have new recipes being added all the time. So if you feel you've tried every single recipe, don't worry, there'll always be new ones added. And you have a whole range as well, from yogic diets and sattvic foods to vegan and these desserts to lovely scrumptious sauces like the one Sharon shared as well. So we're looking forward to developing that further, and of course sharing that with our Healing Our Earth members around the world. So I hope that this is a gift to all the food lovers out there, because every single one of us, Nishitji, should be thinking about how we can educate ourselves in food terms, so we can feed our family and our loved ones with beautiful, delicious and healthy recipes.
Okay, Honey, Nishit, time for Winnie to sing a song to us.
Yes.
Then we'll go for a comment from Mala, comment from Judith, and then Nishit and Honey, you can conclude. So we finish at about 6 o'clock. Winnie ji, global namaste to you. Please give us your lovely song for everybody present over here. Over to you. Thank you.
Global namaste, dear Winnie ji.
Global namaste, Honey. Global namaste to you.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And I know the last time we met was when we were at the Anuradha Podwal event, which was a fantastic, both of us there with Talaji as well as Healing Our Earth representatives. And today, what do you have to sing for us today?
Yeah, first of all, I'll say that just a little bit of about hibiscus flowers.
Yes.
Yes, Sharon was telling about it. I certainly know it is very good for weight loss and very good for hair growth. Yes, very good.
And Mal also mentioned the fact that it lowers blood pressure. So I think another good benefit there. Fantastic, yes.
And so also curry leaves are very beneficial.
Curry. What benefits does it give us, Viniji?
For growth of hair as well. Growth of hair. Yeah, very good and very good in all aspects of hair.
Right, lovely. Thank you. Yes.
So hello everybody, everyone whosoever are present here. So I'm going to sing this song. Hope you will like it. I'm going to use my mic, but in case you are not able to hear properly, you can just raise hand and
raise my thumb. Don't you worry. I'll be going. Sure, please go ahead. Thank you. And this, of course, is to all our contributors, a special song, especially for all of you who joined us today, contributed, and of course, our Healing Our Earth team backstage as well, supporting us in every single week. So please go ahead, Viniji, a special song for a dedicated song for the rest of our Healing Our Earth team.
Yeah, sure. So I'm going to sing this song, which is by Parmeshwarji. आपकी नजरों ने समझा प्यार की काबिल मुझे दिल की ये धड़कन ठहर जा मिल गई मंजिल मुझे आपकी नजरों ने समझा जी हमें मंजूर है आपका ये फैसला जी हमें मंजूर है आपका फैसला है नहीं कोई नजर बंदा परवर शुक्रिया हंस के अपनी जिंदगी में कलिया शान मुझे दिल किए धड़कन के जा मिल गई मंजिल मुझे आपकी ये आपने हूँ मैं मेरी मंजिल आप हैं आप मंजिल हूँ मैं मेरी आप हैं क्यों मैं तूफान से डरूं मेरा साया आप के कोई तूफानों से कह दे मैं गया साहिल मुझे दिल किए धड़कन के जा मिल गई मंजिल मुझे आपकी नजरों ने समझा पड़ गई दिल पर मेरे आपकी परछाइयाँ पड़ गई दिल पर मेरे आपकी परछाइयाँ हर तरफ बजने लगी सैकड़ों शहनाइयाँ दो जहां की आज खुशियाँ हो गई हासिल मुझे आपकी नजरों ने समझा प्यार की काबिल मुझे आपकी नजरों ने समझा। Thank you.
Winnie, that was beautiful and very meaningful song. You are a regular contributor to Healing Our Earth. We are very proud of you. We'll also invite you once again because these sessions are now becoming popular with singing and the kitchen things. Hang around. We're going to quickly move to Judith. Judith, your quick comments, and then Honey and Nishit. Final comments, and we close the session. Judith, what do you think of the episode so far, and what tips have you got for us? Over to you.
Oh, the episode has always been and always is phenomenal. Great job. Global Namaste, everyone. Welcome so much. Every single one. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Nishi. Every single one of you. Sending you a lot of love. Well, we know our bodies are, we are what we eat, right? We come from the earth. We were created from the earth. So the best type of nutrients that we have to be from the earth in order for us to evolve properly, mentally, spiritually, right? As spiritual beings having a natural human experience, we have to be healthy in order to have a proper human experience. But also we need to provide the mind with the proper nutrients in order for all the connections and in order for us to thrive as we move towards our own calling in lives and everything on this earth. So every single thing that we need, the earth provides, right? So we have to look at Mother Earth as Mother Earth is the provider, and we have to learn, right? Combining the natural with the spiritual as we learn how to use these different herbs, what they're good for, the knowledge of the Vedas, because all of these knowledge that you're speaking about come from the Vedas, right? And the ancient teachings, and also the collaborations of trades, you know, the Silk Route, right? And it's just so many to show really how we are united in what we eat, because even the vegetation, right? A lot of the vegetations are grown in different countries now because of the fact that we actually were able to barter, or we visited each other's countries and we were able to transfer experiences, cultures, and advice. So we do need each other in order to survive. We need the wisdom that we have from our own ancestry in order for us to really survive and heal this earth. So I love these programs because in the midst of all of it, music feeds the soul, right? Music feeds the soul. The proper singing, the proper energy coming from the source that's providing the song feeds the soul. So either way, you know, it's everything intertwines. If you're cooking and you're happy, the energy is transferred in the food. If you're cooking and you're not happy, the energy is transferred in the food. So we have to know that the soul has already been there to provide every single thing that we've needed. And today we've combined all the different aspects, the different cultures, our ancestries, and we make each other better and we make each other healthier. So it was really a great session as always, and just incorporating that we're first spirit having a human experience. So having said that, nourish the body properly so that we can actually have a great connection of soul, mind, and body, because whatever we eat affects our mind. It affects all the I think Dr. Nishit knows this and he's spoken about it. It affects how we think, right? It affects how our bodies function. It affects, as a matter of fact, they're starting to discover so many different things that are around the heart, right? That they've not discovered before. And the food that we eat already knew this. They already have all the nutrients that we need in order to provide the proper habits and the proper healing and the proper generation. When I say generation, I mean GE and like generic. That's what I mean, that we need. So yeah, it was beautifully, beautifully done as usual. And I think we all need to really start looking at ourselves that way. So thank
Judith,
you.
Stay around, stay around. I'm going to extend the show for next 15 minutes because some people haven't had a chance to speak. Nishit, honey, stay around because shortly I would like you to go around to each one of them and for 2 to 3 or 4 minutes, extract the best tips from them one by one. Before that, Judith, you love singing a mantra that we like. Sing the mantra, stay around, and your turn will come again for 3 minutes for the best tips. Let's go for the mantra first. Over.
Oh, Judy, that was such wise words, by the way, what you just shared. Beautiful about the food is for the soul, and you know, this music is for the soul, all the things that you shared. What I loved was Dr. Nishit. You should become a doctor from now on, right?
He's actually a doctor. He doesn't use his title, but for the IT, he's a doctor.
Wow, amazing, Dr. Nishit Ji. I'm going to now call him doctor from now on. He sounds great. But Judy, please look forward to your beautiful, beautiful song. And Global Namaste, again, didn't get a chance to say that to you. But please go ahead and yes, fill us up with your beautiful, lovely singing energy.
Sure. Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Om Namah Shivaya, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Shivaya Namo, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
Beautiful, Judith. That was wonderful. Stay around. Now, Nishit and Honey. Let's go around for all the people who are in the main screen over here. and let's extract the best information that we can so that it can help a lot of people. Over to both of you.
Well, I've been very keen to find out something from Sharon. Sharon, what's your favorite plant-based ingredient to cook with and why?
Plant-based. Oh, basil. But I have to tell you, you were talking about protein. So my husband, he's the main cook. Amazing. We had a whole barrel of chickpeas that he got before COVID, right? And so he found this recipe, which I will film for you all, for chickpea burgers. And it has miso, it has tahini miso sauce that is, it is so delicious. I keep asking for it more and more and more. So that's another protein. And whoa, there's so many things I like. But I want to, for Judith, Shiva, 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 Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya.
Wow. Well done, dear Sharon. Thank you. Namah Shivaya and Shivaya, the what would you say? The destroyer and the creator. So we will go from the creation point of view, how we can create beautiful recipes. So I'll connect it with that, with the blessings of Lord Shiva, with the food that we eat. So thank you so much for that. Amazing. Let's move on to Mita Joshi ji. Mita ji, you had something that you would like to share, and there were such amazing comments that you were sharing, keeping everybody very, very entertained with all your lovely education tips and advice as well. Thank you for that. We were all getting a chance to read all your lovely advice and tips. So what would you like to share with us and with our audience members?
Yeah, I simple things which I have learned, because I have very, very delicate gut, and things are not easy for me. It all is connected with your, what goes in your head as well. So you need to be very, my advice is my own experiences. Be very careful in selecting what you eat, because your body will tell you that this is not right for you, and listen to your body. And what goes well with me is when I'm hungry, then I eat, then it easily I can digest that. The best source of protein, so to say, for me are sprouted legumes, especially like mung beans. They are the easiest to digest because I got very delicate digestive system. So, and I need to take my protein intake as well, being a vegetarian. And so eating local produce, we have like farmers market every first Tuesday of the month in Guildford High Street. So the local produce are the best things as well, because whatever we are getting over here, unfortunately, UK doesn't have the right climate for growing all the vegetables and fruits. So they come long way. So unlike, people in tropical countries or in some of the European countries as well, in USA as well, they have local produce. So we don't have local produce. So I think it's better to buy produce, especially. I love blueberries. They are so easy to digest, and source of energy, good for your heart as well. So yeah, eat lots of salads and fruits, because in between, if I feel hungry, that really works. Even just one apple, as they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. So yeah, so that's it. And eat when you're hungry, and if you're not hungry, don't eat it, even though it is very delicious, especially with someone who has got gentle digestive system. Thank you.
I think that's very good. Thank you so much. For those of you who are watching right now, that's really great tips that Mitaji has shared with you if you've got a delicate stomach. And nowadays, there's a lot of people who have I don't know what it's called, but it's called leaking gut issues. And it tends to, not allow your body to absorb all the nutrition from the body because there's leaks going on in your gut, which is not good.
Also, you eat on the same day. What you cook, Ayurveda says eat within half an hour to 45 minutes. And
Yes.
we're talking today in the program about freezing the food twice in a week or so, but invest some more time. It is your body is, a temple. It's given to you. Look after it.
Health is wealth. As they say, health is wealth, because there's no point you having lots of money in the bank, but you don't have your health, you won't be able to use anything. So it's very, very true. Your health should always come first. Thank you so much, Neetaji. I'm just going to move on to perhaps Malaji, who's sitting there all patiently. Let's see what Malaji has to say and any tips or advice that she would like to share.
Lots of buzzing, fantastic ideas. The hibiscus idea. I was sitting out with friends last week, so I have a cup of tea in the mornings and afternoons, and they were actually advising me as well that hibiscus definitely works, lowers the blood sugar. I'm going to try the chutney. Neil, you came up with some fantastic ideas, exactly what I do in the community with cooking, alternatives, substitutes. In terms of using lots of protein, there's power in pulses. They're good proteins. But if you have problems with digestion, if you're soaking dried beans and pulses, put a teaspoon of bicarb. It reduces the gases, and that will help you as well, because sometimes it's not very good on the tummy. Cut down on your oil content, reduce the oils. I pan fry vegetables, roast them with water, and they work and they're delicious. Neil, you mentioned be creative. Yes, you don't need a lot of exotic ingredients to be creative. Just a little bit of the herbs from the garden, throw them together, and it's all about flavors and simple ingredients. Salad, I always encourage people to have a salad. You can have lots of proteins and pulses. Sometimes you can't digest them. And then you have green vegetables like cucumbers and lettuce or spinach that helps you digest. So that's excellent tips. I think most of you have said all the wonderful things. I'm just loving it, and it's all power of education as well. And yeah,
very nice, excellent. So Nishitji, this is really lovely, really great little tips that we've had from our wonderful panel guests today. And I just wanted to say that each person is sharing these lovely words of wisdom, something that people can pick out from here. The salads you mentioned, Malaji, we have to definitely add those salads in everyday life as well, because we tend not to. So the balanced diet is important part of your day as well, and putting those flavors in. Let's move on to, I think, Nishitji. What about asking Lataji? Where, do you have any questions, Nishitji?
Yes, so I had a question for Lataji. How would you go around handling cooking for mixed diet families or guests, ensuring that everybody enjoys the meal? So if you're a vegan and vegetarian person and you're going to cook a vegan and vegetarian meal, but you have a mixed diet family member or guest, then how do you engage them and make sure that they have something interesting? Do you have any quick tips for us? Would you cook up for them?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
If somebody's
Is it a vegan or a vegetarian?
If somebody's eating chicken or fish or meat, basically, but they visit your house and you're a vegan, you're going to prepare a vegan meal or a vegetarian meal. How would you go about engaging them so that they don't feel the lack of what they're used to having in their normal meals?
Yes, and Lataji, when people ask, when a guest comes round, there's an etiquette of asking, oh, do you have any dietary requirements, or you go out somewhere and they ask you. That's right. If somebody came to your home and, it's like, okay, and some people, I've known of people who say, no, I only like non-veg. I do not like all these plant-based stuff.
Yeah.
How would you?
Do you know my poor mother back in the day, when we used to invite lots of guests around and do little dinner parties. And some used to say they're diabetic or, they have they're vegetarian or whatever, and they couldn't handle certain things. So we had to prepare a different dish for them. But now, I suppose with the non-veg stuff, there's such a lovely alternative, isn't it? The plant-based food. It's so real.
So that's what I was coming to. Would you use something like soy-based, like corn or soy-based plant replacements?
Yeah. I mean, I used to make lasagnas, with that. Vegetarian lasagnas, so that everyone could enjoy it then, you know, whoever, whether they're vegetarian or plant-based. But plant-based wasn't really the word, was it? It wasn't the trend to use that word, but that was what it was. Yeah, and then I just add my vegetables, soya mince and all that stuff, you know, the white sauce. But then I suppose nowadays I would make the white sauce with an alternative milk, like the oat milk you're talking about, or coconut milk. Yeah, I just, can I think that's how I would overcome it, with lots of fresh vegetables and
how would you
plant-based cheese.
How would you encourage, you know, those people who don't eat these things? How would you encourage them? Because sometimes, you know, you give them delicious food. For example, just an example that we should just ask here.
Yeah.
So let's say it's people like omelets. We talked about the omelette, like vegetarian omelette last time. I make uttapam omelettes, you know, and uttapam omelette is when you make, of course, like idli. So you have the rice flour, but in there you put all the vegetables. I put in peas and I put in mixed peppers and onions and chilies and everything, and then I cook it like an omelette. So if I've got friends who are sitting there eating omelettes with egg omelettes, I would be eating a uttapam omelette, you know, like it looks like an omelette, but it's, you know, so, you know, so
well, yeah, I mean, you can make that kind of stuff with the gram flour as well.
Yes.
Add, you know, potatoes and coriander leaves and all that, onions. Yeah, chilies. Yeah, but what I'm talking about is, like, on Wednesday, I went for this lunch at BP House, and they had all these alternatives, and the kebabs was so like a meat kebab, you know, you wouldn't know, but it was vegetarian.
Right. So that's the alternative thing you could give to people. Maybe when they came round, you give them, like I think last week, Marla spoke about the vegetarian sausages, for example. But I mean, you know, for me, if I looked at it, I think, oh no. But point is, you know, it is made out of vegetables, so that's something they wouldn't even know. And you fed them with something, and they enjoyed it, or like a hamburger, but you would have it like a veggie burger, something
mini
like
burgers and things. Yeah. But then, of course, if they've got a problem with wheat, then they can't have it. Then they just take out.
Okay, so we'll leave that problem out.
We'll leave that aside. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much, dear Lataji. I think let's move on to Judith. Was it Nisha? Would you like to share something?
Yeah,
there?
I wanted to just ask Judith a question. So, you know, these days when the young kids grow up, they have one of two things: convenience food that they've grown up with. So it's very easy for them to go into a takeaway or into a convenience aisle in the supermarket, so they don't cook. And the second one is the ones who actually take an interest in cooking, and they actually cook up and they look after the nutrition. They are very careful and picky about what they eat, and so on and so forth. For these two kinds of people, what advice would you have when they're trying to start off on a plant-based journey? Because there's so much overwhelm when you start exploring this thing, if you haven't done it before, in terms of ingredients, recipes. Where would you say is a good place for them to start?
Cleansing. Cleansing. You have to
agree.
You have to gradually detox the body from all the bad habits, all the toxins and everything else that it's used to, right? And gradually help it get used to. Funny thing is, once you start eating healthy, your body, everything else just starts to become alive. It reacts, right? But the first thing that you should do, in all sincerity, the first thing that you should do is cleanse. And your cleanse does not have to be, some people, they go drastic. They take some laxative or whichever. Your cleanse can just be drinking tea, like Maobi tea, and then putting ginger in it, cinnamon in it. I basically, when it comes to cleansing, I don't like using sweeteners. That's just me. Even if it's Splenda, whichever, just keep it simple. The more you do that, it starts really helping to loosen everything that's attached to your intestines, because we forget that. We forget that when we eat sometimes, especially if you're eating meat, a lot of these things, we have residue in our intestinal tracts, which creates all these issues. That's why a lot of times you need to cleanse and release and help get the proper herbs to drink to help really all these things to detach from the intestinal tracts, and the body rejects it. So the first thing you have to do is cleanse. The other thing that you really have to do is understand your body type, right? So that you can understand what type of diet is proper for you. Like I think it was Mina who said last about the different body types, the Ayurveda. I strongly believe in that because that's what got me on my journey. So I think education, knowledge, because your body, your blood type, all of that, you can't just switch your diet just like that. You have to know your body type, how it functions, and also you have to get the right cleanser. Like this right here, this is the Malbi root, the root, right? You can make it as a tea, you can make it as a cold drink, and 7 days of just flushing your body. It also is a blood cleanser. It lowers the blood pressure because your body, you don't want to throw your body into a shock, right? Because the body is habitual. It meaning in a sense it gets addicted to whatever you give it more to it too. So in order for it, do you understand what I'm trying to say? That look in your eyes, like what? Basically,
to certain things, that's very true. Like
and so
in the morning, because it gets addicted. Body gets habituated to things. Yes,
exactly. It gets habituated, especially food, your tongue, all of that. So you have to give it time. You have to desensitize, and you have to be sensitive.
It is a big change, from having the burgers and the fries and the fast food and convenience foods to switch to healthy cooking, especially if it's plant-based. It is a big difference.
It is. And I would definitely say research because there's so many things involved out there, but really take care of your body. You have to detox. You have to first flush it out and then gradually give it what it needs little by little, getting it used to, you don't want to go into what most people do. They do it really quick. And then as fast as they do it is as fast as it gets undone.
Yes, but it's very good what you just said, Judith, because if you've got a bottle which is dirty water and you're trying to put some vitamins in it or whatever into the water or whatever it is, a goodness in it, you can't because it's all dirt still sitting there, So however much you want to keep putting things in, there's the dirt that's going to keep not doing good for your body. But at the same time, if you clean all that dirty water out, fill it up with nice clean water and then start putting all the vitamins in it, it'll absorb straight away because all the vitamins, etc., will be absorbed. So absolutely right, so it is really true. You have to detoxify your body. And I think this is one of the most important things you can do right now if you want to be healthier, because nowadays with all the preservatives and fertilizers and all these things that are put in, pesticides that are put in your food, which which is in almost every food that you're eating right now, to keep your food for longer. They just spray things when they're traveling from one country to another country to keep the insects off the food and things like that. All sorts of things are put on this food and you're eating that afterwards. So you're absolutely right. So a cleansing, a whole cleansing thing. And you mentioned something which was called you just showed
the Malbi bark.
Okay. There you go, everyone. No excuses. Off you go onto the shops. Buy some of these little barks.
And they're very bitter. It's pretty bitter, but it works. It does its job. It really helps, with the intestinal tract.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can move on to our dear Dr. Wai Ching. Hello and a global namaste, Amalia ji.
Oh, good day, everybody. Good morning. It's 1:20 a.m. here in Kuala Lumpur.
Gorgeous. I don't know how you do this. We were having such a fun time watching yours and Sharon's production of this hibiscus sauce. We really thoroughly enjoyed the recording and the filming and the direction and the chef herself, like our madam, Dr. Wai Ching Lee. Tell us a little few tips. Can you pass on some energy related tips? What do you say, Nishitji? Do you think because Dr. Wai Ching has a lot of knowledge from the energy healing point of view. how does food and energy come together, and how can we, as human beings, be able to take advantage of that knowledge?
Well, okay. Well, first I had a wonderful time shooting that with Sharon. Hi, Sharon. It's such wonderful memories. I missed it, so I don't know. I haven't seen what you've seen. So I was on another call, and I just quickly came on, and so I will look forward to seeing that. But we had so much fun, right? I think it showed through, and I think first of all, energy-wise, is that you have to have fun cooking. Right? You have the fun and lots of love that emanates and goes into the food and makes it taste better. And you know that through all the information that all of you know about energy and water, and let's say the work of Masaru Emoto, that the water that is used for cooking is really important, and the water that we drink. For example, I'm drinking structured water. I don't know if you can see it with a card in it. And when you cook with structured water, the food tastes better, like the vegetables, and you can clean the vegetables too with structured water. And then also with like rice, it's softer, and then soaking in beans, the beans that we spoke about too. That's really important. Now, structured water is not difficult to make. You can make it by energizing it with your hands, but that'll take a long time, and it's not stabilized, and so we can just get lots and lots of different products available. So I think the love and the structuring of the water is the first thing. The quality of the water that we cook with, that we wash with, that we don't want all the fluoride and the chlorine coming from the taps. And that's really key. That's really important, because we don't realize that gets embedded in our cells. And there's so much, like we spoke about, right, Judith? I mean, we talked about the pesticides, the chemicals, fertilizers, and now they're putting the mRNA into the foods. Do you know that?
Which is what would happen then?
Well, then we have spike proteins running through our body.
Right. Yeah. So just to let our audience members know, this is what this is the kind of thing that's happening out there. Yes.
That's right. And, I'm in food activism since, 30 years. So this is some things that we have to bring up to know that we are innocent sometimes when we buy fruits and vegetables, especially in the market, right? It's lovely. We buy from farmers and all that, but we don't know, like in animal husbandry, a lot of the animals have been shot with mRNA, the same as what we get now for virus, since 2018. So people don't reveal these things to us. The same as there's a I'm getting into it now. The label called appeal, that also we have to look out for, because it has certain contaminants as well. And also the several other labels. So it's coming out now, the information about labels, right? I mean, I can just do a whole talk about that. So we have to read very carefully the labels of what's in it. And some has insects, right? I personally don't mind the bugs, but for centuries, traditions have, and for example, a lot of the chips that you eat now has locusts and insects and crickets in them. So if you're adverse to eating that.
So a minute, what do you mean? Like, if I'm a vegetarian, and people who are out there who are vegetarians, they go to a shop, they buy a pack of chips, which they can just put in the oven, right? So are you saying that has insect pieces in it?
Check very carefully.
Yeah.
We're still talking about energies, right? So is that what you want in your body? Right? Whether you're meat and you have antibiotics and hormones and mRNA shots in it, which has starts the spike proteins, which is cancer forming, it's carcinogenic. So we have to, this is how we nourish our temples, and we don't know. We have to educate ourselves. Like avocados, it's really good, avocado, good fat and protein, but then there's a whole structure of politics where there are cartels in Mexico, right? And they're killing the farmers for the avocado. It's called it's called the green gold, actually. So I know we're still talking about food and vegan, and also the plant-based food, the Beyond Burger and all that. when we're eating, do we know if soy really suits us? Our constitution, as Judith said, soy doesn't suit a lot of us. And neither does wheat. If you eat your roti and your chapati and you still, your constitution doesn't hold these inflammatory foods, wheat-based products, you're going to get bloated and fat, even though you're a vegan.
Right. So there are so many different areas that are affecting, especially energetically in the food, and how the food is also affected energetically, like you mentioned, whether it's good water, which stabilizes the water, or bad karma, let's say, where farmers are killed and those avocados that are being given to you, those are still like bad energy, right?
How far do you want to go with the energies? And then coming back to just the staples that we eat, the rice, right? And the wheat. We know that wheat has been GMO'd since the 1930s. That's why a lot of people have celiac conditions when they eat wheat, the rotis and the chapatis that we have. And then also the idli, let's say idli is better for most gluten-free people who have celiac. But we have to look at what is the rice from, so that we know that the rice is also contaminated with a lot of pesticides, and it itself has natural, I forget what it is now, a natural toxin. So you have to wash the brown rice very well, and organic brown rice they found. So we have to keep educating ourselves, and unfortunately it gets more and more complicated. And right now, and we have to grow our own food, food security, and
you mentioned about the growing, so people out there who are just watching right now, Healing Our Earth audience members from any part of the world, in their kitchens, because let's say they're deciding to become vegans or vegetarians, or start cooking more healthier, nutritious meals. Any last minute tips for them in terms of what they should be considering, how to prepare better, more nutritious meals for their families and loved ones?
Well, I think beans are a good source of proteins, but it doesn't suit everybody. I know lots of vegans who have very bad bloating, even despite the using of the baking soda. I'm one of them. So I can't eat beans. No, that's not my protein source at all. So, I have to, I say no lentil soup. I'm sorry. I love it, but no. And so as it comes to vegan, when I eat vegan, I'm very much pickier because it affects my body worse, actually, in many ways, So I would say you can experiment or do something like applied kinesiology. Go to see an applied kinesiologist so I see Judith nodding, I'm one. So I test very carefully before I eat what I can eat or cannot eat, anything. And I know that if I eat that pastry with the cream and it may be vegan, but it's disaster for me. Right? And the beans, the lovely beans and rice, disaster for me. So I'm just speaking personally, I know, so I encourage everybody to find out what they can or cannot eat. And I think a good protein source is, and this also has to be checked out, is spirulina. It has all the amino acids of, it's of protein, amino acids, but it tastes like swamp juice if you just use the powder, right? So, even in the tablets are better, 5, 6 in the morning and I'm done. It's my green juice and the protein for the day. It has also 12 times the amounts of beta carotene, right? And also 17 times the amount of iron than liver. So wonderful for us who are more plant-based or, vegans, vegetarians, because of we need that iron, that's why it's called spirulina. It's like a spiral blood, right? And also it has the B12, which is lacking in a lot of vegetarian diets.
Right, that's wonderful. I think Sharon's wanted to say something. Did you want to share something there, Sharon?
A few things. Let's go back.
Yes.
So we're now using magnets to create structured water.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new aspect of it.
Yeah.
And this, everything that Wai Ching is talking about is why we have our own garden. We know what we're eating. We're infusing it with love. We're infusing it with our own, we make our own fertilizer, and we know it's organic and it has all the mantras. And well, we're fortunate here in this valley where there's, people of like mind, environmentalists, and people who really care.
Right, yes. But that's also important, isn't it, to have like-minded people around you, because if you're in a family and everybody wants something different to eat, that also is not helpful. So you need to get them all to start eating the same similar things, which is great. I think Nishit mentioned very nicely that, because he's diabetic. One of the guests mentioned that diabetic food is actually healthier. So if you get everybody else to eat that good food that you're making for the person who's diabetic, they're actually having a more nutritious meals, actually. Which is great. Nishit, did you have anything to share with this as we're coming to a close for today?
No, I actually enjoyed the session so far.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, Nishiji, there's something that's coming up on our screen at the moment. Just a real reminder for our wonderful audience members. There is our Ayurveda special that's taking place on Sunday, 30th of April. So do make sure you tune in, because you're going to get a chance to meet lots and lots of wonderful guests, like we did today as well, to talk about Ayurveda and how that can help to enhance your life and transform your life more positively. Please, Nishiji, yes, please carry on.
Yep. So I just think we are about to end the session. So I'll just make a quick conclusion from my side, which is to express my gratitude to my co-hosts here. We had Meena Trivedi at the start, and we've got Dr. Hani Kalaria here, who joined us as well later on in the afternoon, as well as all our lovely presenters and the guests who came in and shared their thoughts, comments, questions with us in today's vegan and vegetarian sing-along session. We covered a wide range of topics, including the benefits of vegan and vegetarian diets, food combination theory, so what foods to combine, what foods to avoid. We looked at tips and tricks to enhance your meals. We looked at things like garnishing, presentation, and various other things. And our panel of experts also addressed various questions on plant-based cooking, offering their knowledge and expertise to the viewers. We enjoyed a lovely little video that Sharon kindly shared with us, which was a really lovely hibiscus jam, and there was a chutney as well that was shared. How do you pronounce that, Rose?
Hibiscus.
No, the chutney. What was that thing? The one, Dr. Whiting, the one with the stones, the pink one.
The Rosella.
That's the one. Yes.
Yeah.
I couldn't get quite the word. That's the one. Yes. It was very interesting, especially when I saw the jars, the finished product. And we're immensely grateful for everybody who participated in today's session. Of course, your enthusiasm and your involvement is what makes these events so successful and enjoyable by many around the world. So we invite you to join us next week on Sunday, 30th of April at 2 p.m. BST for our Ayurveda special, where we will be discussing the benefits of Ayurveda. And this one, we've had a couple of sessions. It's one that I really enjoy. I'm beginning to explore it even further to just see this ancient holistic healing system that focuses on creating balance and harmony within the mind, body, and spirit. So, of course, this session is going to give you a unique opportunity to learn about the principles of Ayurveda and discover how to incorporate them into your day-to-day living. So don't miss this chance. And back to you, Dr. Hani, to close the session.
And today, of course, I just wanted to also share, whilst you're here, maybe get a couple of little things from you as well, but just wanted to share with our audience members that, food is one of the basic necessities of life, as they say. It contains nutrients, it has substances which are essential for growth and repair and the maintenance of our body tissues. It is also very, very important to regulate our vital processes, as they say, how our whole body works. The engine, as we say, the body engine. And nutrients, of course, also provides the energy and, that the body needs to function properly, to think properly, to have more clarity in life. There are so many other areas that that food is important for. So I think it's really, really good and important for each one of us to take our perhaps vegan and vegetarian programs a bit more seriously and really utilize the wonderful knowledge that's being shared, not just from ourselves, but from a whole range of such wonderful, wise panelists and guests who are there. And Nishiji, I just wanted to ask you as well. So whilst we've been talking about Vanita's Kitchen, I just wanted to share, what did you think of this, to finish off with something very, very special here, I thought. There was one recipe that I thought was really sweet. It was made in 5 minutes, literally 5 minutes. And I just wondered, what do you think about these quick recipes that we were talking about time? Here we go, just sharing this. This is, of course, from Vanita's Kitchen here. But you can see a lovely little, those of you who loves cornflakes for breakfast, and those of you who enjoy yogurt, which is meant to be very good. It has probiotics in it as well. But here you make a little strawberry mango parfait recipe. I don't know if it looks so delicious, doesn't it, Nishiji?
Absolutely.
Look what they do. They literally in 5 minutes, you make this. You have cornflakes. You have your yogurt, whether you want a mango yogurt or a strawberry yogurt. Here you go, take this out, just put a little bit in your little glasses, put a bit of cornflakes back on top of it, some more yogurt, some more cornflakes, and you feed that to your kids, you know? So you've given them yogurt and you've got them cornflakes, so you've got a mixture of everything that you want. The other thing I thought was really, really interesting was this. If you love cheese and paratha, we were talking about combinations, weren't we? Of how food can be combined to give you a healthier choices. Here is a cheese paratha, a stuffed cheese paratha. I'm not a cheese person actually, but a lot of people love these kinds of things where, ooh, there you go, Ayurveda. I think we've just...
Thank you, honey. Let's conclude. We will show the website some other time.
Okay.
Let's conclude now, and thank you very much to everybody and all the people who supported. Let's go and now share and do a nice mantra for people so we can nicely.
Absolutely.
And we'll bring this sing along in the site again later. Thank you.
Okay, I got that. No problem. Thank you so much. Well, yes. So anyway, Nishit, thank you very much for all your wonderful contribution today as well. It's been always a pleasure to hear all your lovely questions. Thank you for that and your lovely knowledge that you've shared with the rest of us. So to finish off with, we always finish off with a lovely prayer to say a very big thank you to the divine energies for feeding us and for providing us with the lovely food. So we wanted to just finish off with a lovely little prayer to say thank you to God. So dear God, thank you so much for feeding each and every single one of us, giving us plenty and lots of abundant food choices. Help us to become wiser, help us to become a little bit more knowledgeable so we can feed ourselves and our families and loved ones with the most healthiest food and most nutritious food that we can. Thank you very much for also giving us the opportunity to have food. There are many people in the world who do not even have food and have not eaten for 2 days. So help us to be also appreciative that we do have food on our plates. So with that, I'd like to just finish up with a lovely little prayer. Om Bhur Swaha Tatsavidurvarenya Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om Bhuva Swaha Tatsavidurvarenya Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam. Om